Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, February this 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. Always ahead of me. So the question, of course, was can you hear me and can you see my screen? So I've got a couple of yeses, so I guess we're good to go, guys. So first thing I just want to point out, something's going on in Brazil. I don't know if it's, I know some political unrest or something, but at any rate, here is the country ETF, okay, and it is approaching the 200-day moving average. So there's the country ETF for Brazil, down 15%, and so there are a number of Brazilian stocks down. Don't want to go over them all, but some of the usual suspects like PBR and Vale and GOL, GGB and ITUB. So something's going on in Brazil. Something's going on with crypto. Take a look at GBTC. GBTC is gapping down. I guess we can ascribe it to perhaps to Elon's tweet over the weekend that maybe, just maybe, Bitcoin is a little overvalued. So you can take a look at Riot and Mara, a couple of our favorite Bitcoin or crypto plays. Both Mara and Riot are down right now. I just want to quickly go over the trade of the week. The trade of the week, if you haven't received it, is CLF, Cleveland Cliffs, and the suggested, again, this is up to you, but the suggested entry is 1733 with the 20-day moving average as your stop. Right now it'd be about 1625, so 1733, so it is not triggered yet. So let's see what else is happening here. So CLSN has gapped up. Fast track designation from the FDA. Is it holding? Yeah, actually it's holding. So CLSN is a nice little gap up here. The next high looking left is around 348. RETO. Again, I'm just wondering, is it holding up? Not bad. The pre-market high was 355, so it's down to 3. RETO, I don't see any specific news on it. And by the way, on a personal note, I should just go over this one, VTRS. This is on a personal note. I actually shorted this one earlier. Pre-market, they have pre-announced. It's not official earnings, but that's on March the 3rd, I guess. But they pre-announced guidance, etc. Obviously not good. Took it on a break, and the reason I'm mentioning this one is I took it on a break underneath 17. It was like around 1693. I covered a 16 and 1579, but while I was in here, I had this big flash up, and it didn't last for. If I guess if I'd had an auto stop in place, I would have been taken out, but it flashed up and down immediately, so it didn't cause me any pain. Thank goodness. A high flyer from, I think it was on Friday, WATT, there's a high flyer on Friday, and it is gapping down now, down 20%. Sava on the way up. It's out still. Yeah, in fact, this is pretty interesting now. If it takes out that 70, 68, 69, 70 area, look left. It got up to 119, Alzheimer play. And I think IGC, which is typically viewed as a cannabis play, I think it's piggybacking a little bit on the Sava because, well, their claim anyway is something to do with Alzheimer's also. Okay, so I think that is the reason why IGC is up. I don't see any other. Yeah, it says they do have actually their news phase 1 clinical trial on Alzheimer highlights the progress. So believe it's probably trying to piggyback a little bit on Sava. And as I say, the aforementioned VTRS is gapped down. It's down a little over 10%. So that uptick rule is in effect right now. And again, this is a pre-guidance essentially. Or not pre-guidance, it is guidance, and the guidance is obviously not good. KSS is up. some activist shareholder has proposed 9 new board members. So this is this is really throwing KSS in that's a nice move. I mean, 156 million in the float, not huge, but so KSS is up on an activist shareholder proposing 9 new board members. ATIF is now joining the SPAC world. That's what they claim to be doing, SPAC. So it is gapped up 30%. Boy, Mara and Riot just really giving it up now, guys. I mean, what did this hit? That was the high. It was almost $50 down to 36. XLEB, again, let's see if this is holding. Yeah, not really. I mean, this hit a high in the pre-market of 508. Yeah, this is sinking badly. I mean, it's still up 42%. But when I first saw it, it was up here. So probably a low float. Yep, 9.6 million. Don't see any specific reason. CANF is also, is it holding? Not really. It's basing, they have positive data, so 45% on positive. I guess they have something to do with liver drug. I'm just looking here, improves liver function. Namodenosone, that's their name of their drug. LIZI. It was gapping up. Let's see if it's still up. It's still up 10%. China stock. Do I see any? Yes, launches in-car audio product. Okay, so there's your news for LIZI. PBCT. Sounds like it should be a China stock, the People's Bank, but it is not. PBCT, this is... Let's see, where are we here? So the all-time, looks like, I don't know if this is the all-time high. Oh, no, it's right here. I'm sorry. So look at the monthly chart. So I'm starting to get up into this area, PBCT. Let's see. I don't know. I guess this is actually maybe an acquisition. Yeah, M&T Bank to buy. So this is actually an acquisition. So forget about it. PAVM, so this is another one that is guiding ahead of their official earnings release. And at one point, again, it was up to 550, down to 430, still up. In fact, it's now down. So there you go. So it had gapped up. It is now gapping. It now is gapping down on guidance. EBIX was gapping down, still gapping down 40%. Now, all I see is a dividend. I don't see, yeah, but they're reaffirming business outlook for 2021. Maybe it's not going to be as good as it, yeah, so EBIX, so they declare a quarterly dividend, but now they're also giving a business outlook, and obviously market, look at this. I mean, this is down almost 40%. Viot, VIOT, was up. Let's see, somebody was saying it was starting to move down. Yeah, I mean, it was all the way up here to $20. It's dropped down to $18.70. Still up 17%. China stock had a huge day on Friday. Still above Friday's high. Mentioned IGC earlier. IGC. Yeah, it's hard to know what's going to happen once the market opens. It's not a super low flow, 35 million. Here's one that's just getting absolutely hammered. Hopefully nobody was holding this one. BCLI getting just trashed here. 26 down 26%, and negative data. FDA, they got FDA feedback. Obviously the feedback not good. So let's see if I can hold 5. And the last one I have on my list, a lot of MYT. Another one. I think this is the cannabis play. I thought it was a cannabis play somehow. I thought maybe, okay, maybe they're not. But anyway, MYT, $8 is really dropped now. Still up 11%. Decent volume. 7.9 million in the float. It's still above those highs of last week. So again, just have to wait. I mean, it's got a ton of room if it can start holding this area. And let's see, TDAC, maybe another one of those SPACs. This is up 7%, decent volume, only 7.7 million in the float, all-time high right now for TDAC, TDAC. Yeah, and American Airlines, Rodex here. Yeah, I saw that earlier. Yeah, I mean, I don't see Deutsche Bank upgraded. And also, they've named a new somebody to their board of directors. I don't know if that's the reason. I do see Deutsche Bank has upgraded American Airlines. There we go. So I think what I'll do right now is just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Whoa, we have a lot of upgrades. I will not be able to get them all in, but man, there are a lot of upgrades from briefing.com this morning. So let me get a few of them in anyway. A lot of upgrades, interesting. Not as many, nowhere near as many downgrades. So let me get some of them in. Hey, you guys have been talking about CTB and Goodyear. All right, as I say, there are a lot of them. So let me try to quickly get a few of them in here. These are the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, I see, let's see, is this going to be airlines? I see UAL's got an upgrade. Obviously, we know about, not obviously, but we know about the AAL upgrade. So maybe some of the, yeah, we've got, actually the airlines are getting some upgrades. I see Delta, Deutsche Bank. We have JetBlue, so the airlines are getting some upgrades, guys. You know, you want to participate in something like that. You think the airlines are finally going to come back a little bit. SkyWest, here's another one. So a lot of upgrades this morning, especially from Deutsche Bank on the airlines. ALK. So Deutsche Bank is getting super bullish about airlines right now. I see there's an upgrade for CMBM. I don't know them too well, by Goldman. I'm just going to jot the symbol down so I can take a look. Yeah, very interesting, guys. I mean, Deutsche Bank is upgrading virtually all the airlines that I can think of. They've got American, UAL, Delta, DAL, Alaska Air, ALK, JetBlue, JBLU, Love, LUV. So Deutsche Bank is bullish on airlines right now. Take a look at Jets. Let's see what Jets is doing. That is the ETF for the airline industry. So let's take a look at JETS. So you want to participate. You know, this is an ETF that you might want to look at. Okay, now I want to take a look at the downgrades. say not as many downgrades. Yeah, so PBR is getting downgraded by many analysts this morning. Brazilian stock. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. Briefing.com. Yeah, there's the other. I guess that's another. I don't know which is the bigger one. Let's see, 1.9 million shares in BRZU. Let me just take a look. BRZU. It's more expensive. Oh, okay. I guess you're right. So EW, that is a far better one. Yeah, EWZ is really the one to watch. And sorry about that, guys. I should have known that. So EWZ, if you're looking to participate in the whatever's going on in Brazil, the downfall. There's the 200-day moving average right there. Oh, you're welcome, Sarah. Now, I also want to just point out, I'm going to be mentioning this. I don't know if you guys watched the webinar that was on yesterday between Trade Ideas and TrendSpider. I don't know if anybody watched it, but there's a pretty nice promo code on right now, which I'm going to pop into the room. And we don't often have 30% offs, and that'll be good until tomorrow night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay. And there's the promo code to use. Yeah, we rarely have a 30% off, but this is the deal. So it's both for if you want TrendSpider, you go to their website, and of course then you can get 30% off of their product, which is a good charting program. And then, of course, then there's our product. So that will probably do it, Alex. I know there has to be some reason. Okay. Guys, I'm sorry in the YouTube feed. I have to fix that. Yeah. I have to break it up, guys. So there is, yeah, I know. The Dave. I don't know why it's running into it. All right, try it now. Okay, just click on my homepage. I'm talking to the guys in our YouTube room. Just click on my homepage link and just, and then use that promo code, the TSTI 30 for 30% off. Okay. It's right above you there, Darid, or Darid, but I'll put it again. Okay, so it's right there, TSTI 30. So when you click on my homepage link, obviously do not use this one. Don't use this promo code. Use the TSTI 30. You'll get. We rarely, and that'll be good, I believe, until I'm almost 100% sure till tomorrow night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Well, it depends, Joshua. If you want more interactivity among traders, okay, then this room, as I call it, the main trading room, is definitely more active. Easier for me to hand out links, things like that. So I'll pop that. Let me just get that link into YouTube if you want to head over to the other room. All right, guys. Now, as always, well, not as always, but I did this, I think, for only 2 days, maybe 3 days last week. I am going to auto trade the entries for my wonderful little scan called the Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options. Okay, so I've turned it on. We'll see what happens today. And 925, so I think I'll get rid of these two. Yeah, I don't know why this has happened. This is carrying over the last ones on Friday. I don't know why that's happening. All right, so again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down and the repeating version, from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then just going to find my watch list right there, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in here is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You cannot have two layouts loaded at the same time, so your layout would be replaced, which again, that's okay as long as you've saved it to the cloud. And nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That's on purpose to see things settle down just a little bit. Well, Sam, because I'm managing the exit on my own, okay, I will, what I'm doing, which is I don't absolutely recommend, but what I'm doing is I'm putting a dollar amount in, and that's why the shares, and then it's affixing the share size, and then I'm managing the exit on my own. So once I get into the trade, I will see exactly where my exit is or my stop loss is. Again, this is just what this is the, what I'm doing in the auto trading. What I didn't want to do is establish I know this kind of goes against the grain. You'll hear me talk about it later on, of course, have your stop already. But because I'm managing these very closely, that's what I'm doing. I'm not recommending it to other people. Well, it doesn't matter, Sam. I think it's $5,000. It doesn't matter really what I'm using. I think it's $5,000 per trade. Yeah, I'll look at it even in the first 15 minutes. Yes, just on that one only, though. Remember, this is in my simulator. Okay, this is in the simulator. Okay, Jim, if you're talking about the trade of the week, it is CL Frank, and the suggested entry is 1733. Yeah, I see. So both Bitcoin and I think is MJ on the way down also, or the cannabis plays down? Modestly. Oh, I don't know what my P&L profit is. First of all, you have to understand, I'm taking all these in the simulator, and then what I do in my IB account is I will, make some entries completely on my own. All right. So it's not that I'm mimicking exactly. 1 minute. Yes, 1 minute. Less than a minute to go, guys. So, well, let's have a great start to this trading week. And just one moment, please. All right, back. And just get prepared for this open. Now remember, if you're new to the room, I don't tell you what to buy or sell, all right? We have setups. We have a lot of other traders in the room. They're going to make not suggestions, but, they're going to be pointing out stocks that might be interesting. typically if I'm going to get into a stock, I'd be saying, well, guys, I'm really looking at this level. If it takes this level out, I'm going to be very interested to take the trade. You don't have to follow suit. The exit is the 20-day SMA on, so the 20 SMA on the daily chart. Okay, so don't let it get down below that. That is a suggested exit for CLF. Now that's the trade of the week. So it has not triggered. 1733 is the trigger, so it has not triggered yet. It may not trigger this week at all. And the market is down, so the market is starting down, especially look at tech is down, Dow's down, and the SPY is down as we speak. And I'm not getting too many alerts right off the bat. There's the retail. A lot of volume coming in right here. Look at this, 2 million shares. It's only 14 million in the float. I mean, this is going to trade the float, how many times? That's 5 times a day? I don't know. 37 million already, 14 million in the float. Okay, some volume coming into ATIF. And they're turning themselves into a SPAC, SPAC, so that is their big news. They got all the way up to 3, almost 3. Big pullback. This is one that I almost got into in the pre-market. I was just a little slow, the RETO. So this is another China stock, low float. Look at there. I mean, 40 million of our, oh, this is the one we were just talking about, sorry. So this is going to trade, this is probably, with 14 million in the float, already 41 million have traded. And look at the void. Look where this could go. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it. Guys, I want to get rid of this. In fact, this was a carryover from Friday, I guess. This was one of those ones that came in. So I just want to I want to start fresh today. So, I mean, it's at 44. I'm at $44, but I just want to start fresh. All right, this XELB, but it pulled back a lot. It was 335 pre-market high, so I mean it's making a new high here, not including, of course, the pre-market. PAVM, not sure if I mentioned PAVM. I did mention PAVM, that's right. It was way up here, 550, and it pulled way back. So it's still negative. At one point it was nicely positive, but Sava, how does it look? Well, I mean, if it ever could take this out, this $68.96 to $69 area, I mean, it had got all the way up. In fact, this is normal market hours, but I believe that day pre-market it was even higher. So I mean, it's starting to fade. So I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit. But it did have news today. No, it's real-time data is from us. Okay, Elodie, video souvenir. So you, these are our charts. Okay, now what you, I'm just looking here. This is a quick one from the AI. So guys, again, if you're going to go long anything, I mean, you just have to be, look what the SPY is doing. I mean, I mean, the NAS is down, SPY is down, Dow's down. So, if you're going to go long something, it better be a real alpha stock that does not care what the rest of the market is doing. Yeah, I'm not a big gold player, Jim. So, I mean, I'm just not a big gold player. How does it look? I mean, it's obviously sector, unless it doesn't have any specific news, I think, to it. So I'm just not somebody who really tracks gold that much. All right. Well, let's see. So far, not that many alerts. Usually my alerts are just firing off in the first 5 to 10 minutes, but not that many. Yeah, you'd have to really talk to some gold bugs, Jim. I rarely trade any oil or gold stocks. Okay, unless the specific stock has some news relevant to it. Just because they're typically so tied to their sector, and I'd rather find stocks that are not quite as tied to the sector or the market. You know, what we call those alpha stocks that are basically trading on their own. So, well, we have the start of a green candle anyway on the SPY. Another 7 minutes for this candle to close. Want to keep an eye on this one, guys. This is on my watch list. AIHS. You can just sort of see that if it can take this, maybe not today, but it's got a lot of room. Up to 535 on that monthly chart. It's over $2. The next high looking left. So the next high looking left is 235. After that, actually 255. So, you got to go back to almost 2 years. Now, this is a continuation from Friday, guys. Look at CTXR, a big continuation play from Friday. Well, Goodyear is GT doing really well here. So the interesting thing is Goodyear is up, and they're the buyer. A lot of times, you know, when you see the buyer is the one that gets hit. How is CTB doing? Cooper. So they're both up. But interestingly, GT is up also. You know, this might be something to look at as a short, you know, I mean, looking here, it looks like there's some pretty stern resistance around 16. I mean, again, typically the acquiring company does not do this. Again, I'm just waiting for the first one to hit this one, the moving higher with unusually strong options. Option activity. So I was asked any crypto stocks beyond the, well, until, I mean, Mara's had a nice bounce. I mean, tremendous bounce. So, I mean, you know, ride in Mara. I mean, if you believe in crypto long term, you know, what is crypto doing? GBTC, you know, it's putting it a bit of a bounce too. So, I mean, I can't tell. I'm not going to say, yeah, go ahead and buy Mara and Riot right now, but, you know, they're at least putting it a bit of a bounce. I think they're suffering from Elon's tweet over the weekend about maybe Bitcoin has gotten way ahead of itself. XELB, so this is still, okay, I don't see any specific news. I don't see any specific news for them. Yeah, no problem, Todd. I mean, yeah, I mean, listen, I would always save, but I have updated since 2010. I've never lost a layout or anything, okay? So I'm pretty confident. Yeah, don't worry about losing anything. Always a good idea to save, you know, before you do that. But I've never lost any layout, and I've done numerous, you know, upgrades with the new versions because I'm always usually on a development version. So the question was, TI has updates available, like a new version. You can click on Help and About. You'll see what version you've got. This is a development version I'm on. And the saved layouts on the cloud, will they be affected? No. Yeah, it's always a good idea to save everything to the cloud, you know, just in case. I save individual scans, save your layouts to the cloud. Again, for one great reason, of course, is if anything happens to your computer, then you have to get a new one or reformat, whatever. As long as you save things to the cloud, everything will be available when you reload. When you download Trade Ideas again. Plus, you can have Trade Ideas loaded on as many devices as you want. You can only have it open one device at a time, but you don't have to go through the exercise with every device, recreating everything. As long as you've saved it to the cloud, you just load everything from the cloud. You heard. Yeah, she's having a great wake-up day. Look at ACTG here. Interesting. ACTG. This is the... Yeah, I can't remember what they're all about. I just can't remember. ACTG. I know they, yes, or last week had a bit of a pop, but ACTG now over 9. Okay, so FRX is probably going to show up in the options volume. You look at there, there's 364%, and my min is 400%, but I'm just tracking this one, so this is probably going to show up. Yeah, it's really, you know, if you're going to get into PLTR, I mean, to me it is, you know, you have to believe that it can recover. I think it's for me anyway, it's a very difficult intraday trader. I know it was upgraded last week. Was it last week by Goldman? But, you know, I am not going to make a recommendation. Yes, you should get into it because it was upgraded. All right, we are 9:45, so now we've got a couple that have shown up in my watch list. LIZI, let's see what it's doing, 1354. And the next high looking left is 1463, so that's far enough away. Let's see if it, to see what the market is doing. Also, the market is putting in, you know, trying to rally a little bit. And I was mentioning IHS before. I mean, the next high looking left is 235, so there's a little bit of room on a percentage basis if it got there. I know a lot of you are following this GameStop saga, so there's a nice little pop here for GME. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right. Okay, so I'm going to tell you right now that FRX is going to trigger. Now, this is one of the SPACs, okay? You know, yeah, so this is one of the SPACs. And there it goes, guys. I told you it would trigger. Just had to take out the high right there. So you can see. Now, it is a SPAC. I'm not in love with the SPACs that show up. This, to me, might be a very quick in and out. And I'm just doing this because I don't trust the SPACs intraday. I think some of these have these big pops and then they just fade. So you see what I did there. So it took the trade, 1796. I exited. So is BlackBerry, is it on the move also? Yeah, a little bit. You know, I mean, again, guys, you know, I have no idea what's going to go on with BlackBerry, AMC, GME. No, I know, Moff. I'm following them, but certainly you guys have to be on your own. You want to take these. It's a great, it'd be a great movie. So guys, I'm experimenting here. This, what it says 300, so I put it at 300%, okay? So in other words, 3 times normal option activity, just to see. And so, you know, it had the alert at 1717, which would have been obviously excellent. Here is at the 14% or 400%, so it's at 1799. So obviously later, but I'm going to track it because you know I the reason I have this at 400%, you know, I want to see the stocks that are having really unusual option activity. 300% is still pretty you know, unusual. I just don't want to get a lot of alerts in here. If I get too many, then it sort of defeats the purpose. But I will definitely keep an eye on it this week, and maybe maybe I will drop it to 300. All right, KRKR. Look at this one on the move. Wow, look at the room KRKR has. So again, when I say look at, and it just actually it just showed up as well an AI trade too, or an alert. KRKR. So when I talk about look at the room, look left on that daily chart, and you can see that back here on the 5th, February the 5th, it got all the way up to 854. So that's what we talk about, or I talk about when I say look left. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going up to this area, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Now this would never show up, and no, it doesn't trade options, so it will not show up in the option scan. Now I'll be watching this one. I mean, it may have topped out, guys. GT, it may have topped out. It's a little surprising that it's up this much. They are the company doing the acquiring of CTB. It's a great move. Where is there any resistance on that weekly chart for GT? 1569, 15, so 1525 is the next high looking left. After that, 1560. I mean, listen, this may just keep going. This is pretty bullish on that acquisition. CLF is the trade of the week. Yeah, somebody asked, is CLF is the trade of the week? And it has not triggered, getting closer. Again, you don't have to take it, that's, you know, but the suggested entry was 1733. It has been pretty erratic. Look at all these bottoming tails here. You know, sellers have been trying to knock it down. The buyers have been moving it higher. All right, guys. Well, you know, this was my prediction, what might have happened with this SPAC. So you get a SPAC in that option scan. I'd be really quick if you're in it. I'd be really quick to take some profit. I just find that they don't seem to hold their gains. And KRKR keeps moving higher here. This is, I mean, it's got a lot of room, guys. The float is only 21 million, so it is a low float. China stock, KRKR. Okay, I can show you now. There's an AI alert, 553. It's up 6%, 587 right now. I don't display the AI trade. Not fair for those of you who pay for it. But after the fact, just looking at the Brazilian ETF here, see if it's putting a bit of a bounce here. This was a big mover on Friday. The only problem is, I mean, look what it got up to, 974, and then it sold way off. And it closed at 7. So remember now, that was like $1, $2.70 sell-off. But looks pretty strong right now. I think it's, no, it's not on my watch list. It would, only way it would trigger would have to get above Friday's high. Okay, look it up. Mike, a SPAC. Just a minute, just want to, it's an acronym. Basically, these are companies that, let's take a look at one of them, TDAC. If you look at the profile, they're called blank check companies. What they're looking for is a company to merge with, to take public. Take a private company public. It's been the rage all of last year and continuing this year. It's a sort of a quicker way to take to going public. So these companies, they start off as what they call SPACs, SPACs. They usually come out around $10. They have money in them. Then they're looking for companies to take public. So for instance, this is one of them. CCIV, and look what it's done. I mean, this is a, you know, they're not all like this, but only in January it was a $10 stock, now $60. They're looking to take over this Lucid Motors. But if you look up, you literally look up what a SPAC is in Google, it'll give you a more detailed explanation. So what is your question exactly? FRX down, question mark? I mean, yes. I mean, it pulled back from the high. I'm sure how to answer that. Now let's take a look at Jets. Had a whole lot of upgrades this morning from Deutsche Bank and many airlines from Deutsche Bank. And you know, this is a nice, it's a great little move. Look at the month actually. It's had a pretty good month. This is the ETF. So if you wanted to just participate, you know, in the ETF, not pick a particular airline, this is the way to go, JETS. For those West Side Story fans, you'll know what JETS is. So some of these Brazilian stocks now are coming back. ERJ. This is actually coming back nicely. Boy, there's no stop in GT yet. Man, oh man, what a great move on that merger news. Yeah, let's take a look to see anything's happening from my watch list. Yeah, keep an eye on CRVS. I mean, it's got, I mean, the next high looking left is about 432. And if it can, you know, get up to that area and then look left, I mean, it's got some room, CRVS. And Sabre, my guess is that this, I mean, you know, obviously watch Sabre. I mean, this is tied to the airline sector. So with all those upgrades, let's see if Sabre can, I mean, it had a great day on Friday. It had a great, actually 3 days. Looks like a continuation. And, you know, the key would be to get over 15. I'm going to stick an alert around 1507. And here's Melco going crazy, MLCO going crazy. So the market is trying to come back a little bit. The Dow is moving a little higher. NAS, I think, is, yeah, the NAS is, yeah, trying to come back a little bit. SPY is trying to come back. So again, guys, the CRVS, so it's through the 200-day moving average today. Here it is right there. There's the 200-day, 386, so it's above it. The only issue really is that 433. Yeah, we have a halt. And a resume. So this looks like a SPAC also. Yeah, so this is a SPAC. I don't know who they're looking. Here we go. Battery maker Enovix to go public after a merger deal with these guys. So of course, hot sector, EV, hot sector. You know, so all SPACs are not created equal, of course. So it depends who they're going after. I'd like to see something going on in a hot sector, like anything to do with clean energy, EV, etc. So I mean, again, look at the run it's had. This is a monthly chart, but in 2 months, we're not finished. We're at the 22nd of this month, so it's gone from 10 to 30. You pick the right one. I mean, it's that's the idea, though. This is another one. I don't know who they're looking at. Okay, so this is a lottery company. So gaming. So, you know, that's another hot sector. So TDAC looking to merge with lottery.com. Well, this one, what a nice break for VUZI. This is another lifetime high. This had a could have almost looked like it was going to break out on Friday. Didn't quite, but look at today. And I'm seeing any news. There we go. So Kathy, so ARK Invest buys over 290,000 shares. Guys, and I'm really just waiting for the next option, and usually strong option. I'm just waiting for the next one. All right, well, the VUSI just keeps moving higher here, VUZI. Okay, guys, why there's... Okay, so Kieran, what I'm going to do is, I was asked in the YouTube room what this option scanner is. So if you click on my home page, I'm also going to put the... This is a great promo code for you guys, 30% off until 11:59 p.m. tomorrow night, okay? And that's Eastern time. Rarely do we have a 30%. But anyway, if you click on my homepage link, so I pop that link into the YouTube room. Click on my homepage link. This is what I'm talking about, one of the scans I am sharing. If you go to the scans section right there, click here, and this is the one, moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay, and I've been really just tracking that, for the last, I think this is maybe, I'm not sure if I did it all last week. I think it was all last week, and I just started doing it the week before, and it's been giving us some great, great looks. Not too many trades, or not too many alerts over the course of the day, but that's exactly what I don't want a lot. I think the most I've ever seen is probably about 12 for the day. I think most of the time it's under 10. Okay, so right there, Mike. There's the promo code right there. TSTI 30. And the reason it's called that is that there was a very nice webinar done yesterday between the guys from TrendSpider and ourselves, a joint webinar. And so that will be until 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Now, that's us. I think if you want to take out a TrendSpider subscription, I believe theirs expires tonight. You can use the same code. So I don't know what you mean by you keep it default. I don't know what you mean by that, Kieran. It's just a scan that you can load, add to your layout if you want. Boy, there's some good resiliency right now for the look at this Brazilian stock. ERJ 815. It's popped over $1. How's PBR doing? Yeah, so this is the one that somebody pointed out that the Brazilian government appointed a general to head PBR. I'm sure it was. I'm sure it is. If you just send an email to info@trade-ideas.com, okay, and ask for it. So, Kieran, I still don't know what you mean when you say you keep it default. I don't know what you mean by that. you have to explain a little bit more. This is a scan here. If you want it, all you have to do is load it. If you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, of course. All right, let's see how Mara and Riot are doing. They're pretty choppy. I mean, again, Bitcoin just taking a hit over the weekend. A little bit of a hit over the weekend. Well, it's not a default scan, Karen. It is a scan that I created. So I don't know what you mean by a default scan. If you're looking for it on the website, no, it's a scan that I created. That's why I was saying, if you go to my homepage, so again, if you click on my homepage link, okay, I just popped it in, Barry's homepage, okay. If you click on the link, this is what you'll see. And one of the sections, my scans, you click here and there it is, okay. So I don't know exactly what you mean by default. It's just, these are scans that I'm sharing. These are my scans. I created it, yes. Okay, CTXR on the move. So there was an alert right there. 269, and it's at 287 now. Way above Friday's high. Now this one, watched this one for a while on Friday. I believe it came into our option scan and waited to see if it could really take out 25. So it's above 25 now. Looking left, 27. I think let's get the exact number. Yeah, 26.95 is the next high looking left for LESL. Again, it's not coming from the option scan today. Though, it should show up really soon. I'm just looking at the filter here. I think then if it makes a new high, my guess is if it goes to 25.40, it's going to show up in the option scan. Why? Because it's just now I have a minimum requirement of at least 2,000 contracts, and it's just sneaking in. So the trigger, of course, is always a new high for the day. So if it makes a new high for the day, I'm 100% sure that it's going to show up in the option scan. Did it really? I don't think so, because I have a price alert. I believe it's 1733, so I mean it's close. It's close, but I don't think it triggered. Unless I'm I mean, the high I see is 1728, and I believe the trigger is 1733. Yeah, so Mike, what you do is contact Kelly at trade-ideas.com and explain what you want to do. Okay, I don't know, you know, she'll make the adjustment, I guess, to turn you into an annual if that's what you want to do. And when you contact her, make sure you give her the email address that you use to sign up so she can take a look at your account quickly, okay? Yeah, it's actually her, but that's okay. One of those unisexual names. Yeah, look at, you know, I mean, some of these, I mean, this is a little bit like the airline stocks now, guys. I mean, Carnival, CCL, now this is CUK. Look left, and the next high is 2140, so it's above that. So it's got a ton of room. I'm sure CCL will look very much the same. Yeah, it looks very much the same. What's trading more? Usually CCL is the one that trades more. And am I right? Yeah, so CCL is the one, so that's the one if you're looking to get into Carnival. You know, this is the one I'd be concentrating on as opposed to the CUK. I'm sure RCL, yeah, I'm sure my guess is all the cruisers, NCLH. Take a look at what NCLH is doing. Yeah, they all look the same, don't they? Shouldn't say all. I mean, there's two of them, CCL and NCLH, but you can see how they look the same. With this huge, of course, the huge downturn, and maybe, just maybe, a glimmer of hope. RCL probably, you see, they all have almost identical weekly charts. Here's a strong little stock here, guys. ACI, so air, rail, and water transportation. That's the sector. What do they actually do? Business in used regional aircraft. So tied into the sector. Look at the room this one's got. ACY. It only has 1.2 million in the float. It hasn't traded very much. But look left. I mean, this was a crazy one a few days ago. January 28th, they got all the way up to 22. I'm just pointing out stocks, okay, guys? Doesn't mean I'm taking these, but if it meets, you know, your risk tolerance, you have to always, you know, remember now 1.2 million in the float. That float is very, very low. The float is basically the supply of stock. It's available for trading. So the lower that number, if a stock all of a sudden gets in play meaning either A, it has an earnings release, or it's in a hot sector or somebody, traders want it for whatever reason. Could be the sector. And so you get high demand, low supply. These are the sort of things that can happen. Meanwhile, SSY from last, I think that was last week. I also, a little bit of last week. Yeah, well, they did have a big day. I think that's Monday. Well, that's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And that'd have been Friday because Monday was a holiday last week. So did get up to 280. So it's way above that now. And it's a low float. Again, 4.5 million in the float. That's why we can get these moves, 27%. I mean, that's modest. I mean, you can get some of these will go 100, 200, 300%. Is ACI considered a bad spread? Let's take a look at the spread. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I mean, 22 cents. You know, I mean, it's trading somewhat abnormally. I mean, the relative volume is 2, so I mean, it is, but the overall volume is still pretty light. You know, I mean, it's only 1.2 million in the, yeah, now it's 30-cent spread. So that's a pretty tough spread to really, really, get overly interested in it. I mean, you just run the risk of them yanking it. Now look at the SPY, guys. By the way, look at the SPY now. SPY's putting in this red candle. So after the first 45 minutes, we had a bit of a recovery, but now we're putting in a pretty big red candle. So if you're going long, and it is not an alpha stock, again, a stock that is kind of trading on its own, not caring what the rest of the market is doing or its sector is doing, be awfully careful right now. So this one got hammered in the pre-market. I did see this one, OTIC. Late stage trial, obviously failed. Trying to come back a little bit, OTIC. So again, I've only had the one alert so far from the options scanner. Again, when I talk about the option scanner, I'm not talking about trading options. What the scanner does is it just looks, well, here's the full name of it. Unusually strong options volume, okay? So in other words, a lot of unusual, if you look over the last 10 days, on average, how many contracts? Okay, guys, there's the Sabre, SABR. There is the Sabre over 15 now. Could get really interesting. I mean, again, look left. It's got just a ton of room. Again, part of the airline sector. All right, just one moment, please. Just give me a moment. Well, as I said, Sam, on Friday, you can reduce it. I mean, this is now reduced to 400. Okay, so All right, guys. So, okay, if you have the AI, I mean, what I'd be waiting for is a break here, though, too. Okay, I mean, there's 655. Looks like if it can take that out, then it's got a ton of room. Well, that's why I waited, guys. I had my alert set up here for LASL. Let's see if I take that out, and so far, this kind of reacting like Friday, pretty choppy. All right, what happened here? 639 alert. What did I get up to? 670. That was pretty good, actually. Talking about the MYT from my watch list. Yeah, I mean, Sam, if it's got room, if it's one of those ones that has room on these higher time frames, yeah, I mean, it could easily continue the following day. Well, it is 10:27 already. Okay. So, if you are brand new to Trade Ideas or to this room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. And I'm going to pop the link to my home page. Well, first of all, I'm going to pop in the promo code that you can use. Again, we don't often have 30% off, so and that'll be good until 11:59 p.m. tomorrow night. Just give me a moment here. I have to pop this into our YouTube room also. No, KRKR was not. Just give me a moment here. Okay, good. It was not. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I made a mistake in the. That's why I don't. I wish people would just come into the main room. So disregard that promo, the 15% off. Okay. All right. So if you click on my homepage tab within this, what I call the main room. This is what will happen. So again, don't use that promo code. You can use the promo code TSTI30, all in capital letters. Okay, and you'll get 30% off. And we basically have 4 plans. So we have a premium and a standard on an annual basis. So again, $22.68 a year minus the 30%, or the standard $10.68 a year minus the 30%. It's all based on that webinar that we had yesterday between TrendSpider and ourselves. So that 30% also refers, if you want to take out a TrendSpider, you have to go to their website, and you can also get 30% off their program. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. And there are other differences, but this is the main reason why people want to have access to the premium service. You don't have to take out an annual plan. If you want, you can go monthly. So again, 118 or 228 minus the 30%. That discount's only good for the first month. After that, it'll go to the normal pricing. More information from my homepage. You can get the trade of the week. It's already been sent out this morning. The trade of the week is CLF. CLF is in Frank. And the trigger was 1733. I don't know if it's triggered yet, but you can sign up for them all right here. I do a recap. Usually do it around 1 o'clock. All the scans that I'm sharing right here. This is probably the most popular link on my home page. Again, here's the one, the moving higher with unusually strong options. I love this one, but I have a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. A lot of education on this link right there. And I want to put this link in on its own, the 20 short lessons. What is the deal with them? So, well, I mean, if you want to take out TrendSpider, you get a 30% discount, and the same with us. I think that their discount is only good until tonight. I'm going to say 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Don't quote me on that. I can only really know. But I think if you want to see the video, just ask for it. I'm sure, I don't know if you signed up for it. If you signed up for it, you will get an email on it. But, you know, TrendSpider is a charting program. Well, your choice. I mean, if you do a 1 month, it'll be 30% off the first month only, or 30% off the entire. If you take out an annual subscription, it'll be 30% off on an annual subscription. Okay? Well, again, I think with the TrendSpider, the same thing, JB. Listen, you'll have to ask them, but I'm pretty sure, you know, that TrendSpider, if you take out a month, it'll be 30% off the first month, just like ourselves, or 30% off the entire year. Okay? I think their teardrop is interesting. Other than that, I mean, I don't mind our charts. I think their teardrop is interesting. But go to their website, okay? I mean, I'm certainly not an expert. It's the first time I really saw what they were about. I think their teardrop or whatever you want to call them, candles are interesting. So again, if you click on that 20 lessons, this is what you're going to find. So what is a top list, building one, an alert window? All of the basic features of Trade Ideas are explained here, okay? And if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also click on that 20 short lessons link so you can see what some of the basic features are that we have to offer. Daily support sessions. So, you know, I also moderate a YouTube room at the same time as this one. It's the same room. I mean, they see the same thing. They hear me. But at noon, I take a break. And so another one of the traders takes over. And in fact, if you really want to find a little bit more about TrendSpider, etc., today's a good day to do it because Sean will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. And he was part of the webinar yesterday. Okay, so I will pop the link in just before I go on break. And daily webinars, Monday to Friday between 1 a.m. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. Some more educational videos and some ebooks that we created. I'm going to go over the AI and what Brokerage Plus is all about. All right, well, first I want to talk about Trade Ideas in general. What we are is a scanner. Okay, if you want to trade, you need a broker. Okay, we're not a broker. We are a scanner. So what you see here as an example is a scan I created called Basic New Highs and Lows. Pretty simple one. If I right click, configure, and it's one of the ones I'm sharing. So what you normally when you create your own scans, you don't have to create your own. If you want all mine and then modify them, you're welcome to do that. But you usually always start off with the filters. So you want to filter the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So for me, in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20. Current volume is at least 4. What that means is it's trading at least 4 times as normal up to this point of the day that it normally would do. Got a minimum of 400,000 shares and other filters that I have. So if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks in here. Okay? So what we did was, instead of making people learn a programming language, we created many different alerts. I mean, I'm using the new high and new low, but there are many alerts to choose from. When you see this sort of an icon, these are all the alerts. And if I scroll down a little bit more, when you see this icon, these are the filters. So we think we've created enough alerts and filters so that the most people with the alerts and filters that we've created can create a scan to see stocks that they might be interested in. So you don't have to know a programming language at all. Just watching this LESL. So now we have a linking tool. Tools from our toolbar, external linking. So what linking is, and I really have to emphasize this because we get the question all the time, can I use Trade Ideas with my broker? Well, you can use Trade Ideas with any broker. We're a scanner. So at the very worst, if we can't establish a link with your broker, you'd have to type the symbol in to your broker into your broker's order entry. Okay, but again, we're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. But we do have a little linking tool, which is a bit of a time saver. And so, there's the tools, external linking. You follow the instructions. And so with many brokers, when you click on an alert within Trade Ideas, it'll load into your order entry in your broker's platform, and then you trade it from there. Okay, so just want to really emphasize that point. If for some reason we can't link with your broker, it's not the end of the world. All you have to do is just type the symbol in. Yeah, so the watch list up and down are accessed from here. Okay, it's sort of a special. So from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and My Watch List. It's a channel that was created for me, and you can only access these from that channel. But remember, this is a layout. Excuse me, this is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Now you can take these windows and save them to the cloud, and then load your layout again, and then load the windows back, and then save everything to the cloud if that's what you want to do. Okay, but remember, so everything in a channel bar is a layout. So don't do it. Don't click on anything until you have saved your layout to the cloud first. A Latin trader with that little special symbol above the A. Hello. So, I want to talk about the AI and what it is. Now, Michael mentioned 75. I thought we only had about 50 strategies, but whatever the number is, whether it's between 50 and 75, those are what we call our baseline strategies. So once the market closes today, the AI gets to work with an optimization program to optimize those strategies. So that's what happened Friday when the market was closed, after the market was closed. And these are the strategies that made the cut today, okay? And I don't really care which strategies made the cut. All I care about is what are the alerts that I'm getting from them. In order for me to see them, let me just go back to positions. In order for me to see them, whoop. Okay, guys, here's another one coming in. This one, I think this one showed up on Friday also in the option scan. just kind of watching it. Wow, look at GT. This is unbelievable to me. What a move. As the acquiring company of CTB, this is a sensational move. All right, I'm just going to reset my alert up here around 1819. So sorry, I got interrupted about the AI. So what happens is, we have we do have the optimization routine. Just give me a moment here. All right, let me keep going here, guys. So what I like to do is I go to the toolbar and click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you'll see. If you are watching it before the market opens, it's blank. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. You get a real-time alert, and you'll have a stop price, and just manage the trades as you see fit. There was no video on how to use Holly, the AI. It can be used in all sorts of different ways. You can use it as a watch list for the day. If you want to take what we don't recommend is fully automation, okay? If you're going to take the trades as they happen in auto entry mode, we recommend, kind of like what I do here, is manage the exits on your own, and look at KLR now. But it's a bad spread, terrible spread. Yeah, that's a terrible spread. Yeah, so what I did here, what you probably have, it's still at 500%. You can leave it there. I changed this to 400%, okay? So in other words, instead of 5 times normal, I changed it to 4 times normal. You don't have to do the same thing. I think I did it last Thursday. And so that's why you're not seeing the FRX earlier. Yeah, so I mean, if you're looking to swing trade, either bottoming, or the score. I'm not a big swing trader. Okay, number one. So the question was how to use the composite rating. So what this means is, say 95, for instance, this in theory is a very strong stock. 100 is tops, and the stock composite rating is a combination of fundamentals and technicals. All right. And so, the higher that number, that means this is, in theory, very strong fundamentally and technically. Whether you think that, whether you want to swing it right now, at the top, or wait for a pullback, but that's how you can use it. Or you could find a very low stock composite rating, a stock that's been beaten up and maybe starting to come back, as an example. All right, the spread is tightened up a little bit now for the KLR. I don't understand how do you change the text that spits out. Probably take that off caps, Bruce. So you can't change it. I don't know what you mean exactly. We have a female voice that announces it, and that's all. Nothing more you can do about that. Okay. Yeah, it's too bad. It's a miserable spread. I'm just hoping that bid caps catches up to the ask a little bit. Well, it's 9 cents now. I mean, it's not terrible, terrible. I was going to get out of it just in the simulator. Just give me a moment here. I'll answer your question, Philip. So when we're talking about the bad spread, this is what we're talking about, 1853, 1875. Again, this window is from Interactive Brokers. Your broker will have something very similar. This is not from Trade Ideas. Yeah, the trade of the week. It's in the post section, post alert section, Sam. It's CLF at 1733. Yeah, I'm just watching that spread. I just love to see it tighten up just a little bit. Okay, just give me a moment here, guys. I'm going to see where it filled me at. Yeah, okay, so it filled me at, so I exited that trade just because of the spread. Okay, the KLR that was in the simulator, I just exited because of the spread. I mean, this could just keep ripping, but you can also get a big rug pull here, so. Yeah, just send something to info@trade-ideas.com, okay? It goes to our general email and ask for Michael, okay? Yeah, so he'll get it. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about this Brokerage Plus. This is what you see here. It's only, and I'll get to your question, Philip. This is only available if you have the app. It's not available in the web-based version. And this is a window that we call Brokerage Plus. And I'll explain what's going on here. First of all, if you want to trade your account, you have to have an Interactive Brokers account right now, okay? Now, we're looking to expand, but please don't ask me when. I know E-Trade looked like we were right there, but some problems, and TD Ameritrade is another mess right now. So right now, the only way you can use Brokerage Plus if you want to trade your account is if you have an Interactive Brokers account. And I want to put this, pop this video in. It's going to show you exactly how to do it. Okay, so I've just popped in that B Plus Connections video right here. And this is going to show you exactly how you, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, how you can use this window that you see to trade your Interactive Brokers account. So why would you want to be able to do that? Okay, well, first of all, it's a pretty nice looking interface, compared to trading from within IB. And let me emphasize, you don't have to use this. If you have an IB account, you don't have to use it. It's just it's a nice interface, but you can also do things like this. So let's just say you look at LASL and you see, look at it on the chart, you say, yeah, I'd like to trade it. So you go back and you can set up your own buying and shorting options right here. How you do that is you have to watch that video and you can see how you can set up your own. This is what we call one-click trading. So you pick how you want to trade it, click on it, done. Now you're in the trade. So that is one reason, why you can, if you want to do something like that, you can use this Brokerage Plus window. These are some hotkeys. This gets you out of trades, flatten, gets out of half your trade, or you could double your position. Okay, so these are some hotkeys. Now, Hebrew, I don't know how to help you. It's a mystery to me why you can't auto trade. Okay, now I definitely want to go over this simulator. So if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading first. All right, we have a simulator. You just click on the sim. That's what I'm in here. I'm in simulation mode, and you can practice trading. Again, I can't emphasize it enough, but before... Okay, I'm just reading an email here. So I can't emphasize it enough. If you are new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. You want to just start off practicing trading for a few months before you even set up a brokerage account. Doesn't matter. It's using our real-time data. So let's see how you can do something like this. Now, let me just go over this because, first of all, I just want to ask or answer Philip's question. Yeah, the sound alerts get it. Yes, the sound alerts do get saved. As long as you save your layout, everything you do, be it sound alerts or changing filters, they all get saved. Okay, so Philip, how to manage or manage to get the stock on the simulator software? You just have to click on sim. Okay, once you click on sim, you have to be using our web-based version, our app, not the web-based version. So you'll see this Brokerage Plus is up here. Just click on sim and now you're in paper trading mode. Now when you click on an alert, MYT as an example, the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're buying it to go long, selling it to go short. Okay? Well, volume leaders. I mean, you can try my momentum up. I mean, Kieran. I mean, if you go to my home page, right here, if you go to my home page, you can try and click on that link and go to my scan section or the scan section. You can try this. I mean, these are, typically high volume movers, current volumes at least 3 as an example. So it's trading 3 times as normal. And also you have a big pop in the last minute. 1,000% are normal. The last 5 minutes, 500% are normal. This is a typical momentum scan with high volume. Okay? Like a volume leader, high volume leader to me is irrelevant. Because I could say, you could look at the high volume leaders and, let's just say Apple, okay? But if it's trading what I would consider normal, let's just say Apple normally trades 10 million shares a day. I have no idea. Let's take a look at Apple just for fun. So it is what? It's traded 36 million shares. So that is a little bit more than normal, 1.22 times normal, okay? So, but to me, looking at the absolute volume means nothing. What I want to see stocks that are trading abnormally to what it normally trades. So, Ibra, the only way I can help you is I'm going to send you a private chat. Give me your email here, okay? Give me your email here, and that's all I can do. Hopefully you can see because then they'll have to look up your account. Can you see the private chat that I just opened for you? Okay. Just a minute. Give me a moment here. I've just got to. Okay, I've sent it on. That's all I can do right now. I've tried to help you. I obviously I have no idea why you can't auto trade. Okay, so let me just take a trade here. Let's show you how I want to show people how you can take a trade. So let's say I wanted to take this LESL, but I didn't want to take it right here. I wanted to take it if it pulled back, say to 25.26, right here. I always like demonstrating this way of taking a trade because I think a lot of people like to take pullback trades. So I would pick how many shares I wanted to trade. And what did I say? 25.26. So let's just put 25.26 in both boxes. And click buy and watch what happens. A big bright blue line appears on the chart. So if LESL gets down to 25.26, it'll take the trade. It'll take 300 shares. Okay? So that is one way to do it. That's putting a conditional buy order, and that's using our real-time data. Again, it doesn't matter who your broker is, and it's using the simulator. Could have done it another way, of course. If I wanted to, if I thought I want to take it if it broke the high up here, I would have just put the price in these two boxes above the current price. Okay, I'm going to leave it in, just see what happens. Okay, they say they've tried to help you. Can you go to the help menu and select the upload files to support? That's the only way they can troubleshoot it for you. I'm just reading. Okay, so, I'm talking to you, Libra, LBRA. Okay, so I don't know what to say. I don't know if you sent the files. So here's a lesson, guys. I mean, the KLR, yeah, I mean, it got up to 19, but the spread was really, really bad at most of the time. I mean, I know it tightened up to a dime at one point, but that's why I decided to get out of it both in the simulator and my real account. I did not like that spread. That's why I'm always saying, manage the exits on your own. Well, I mean, Harry, if a million people decided they wanted it all at once, that spread would tighten up. You're funny, Bruce. Okay, so let's take a trade, though. Let's take a trade right now, MYT. Let's take a look at MYT. Would I take it right now? Not necessarily, but I just really want to demonstrate how you can take a trade. And then we talk about putting stops in place. So let me take this OT. No, I don't want to take that one. It's underwater. How about this one? We'll just take RNWK, real networks, okay? So okay, I'm going to take this trade right now. I buy it at the market. The spread was okay, wasn't terrible, so I took it in at 523. Okay, so I want to put a stop, and just to make, I know I do say this all the time, I just want to make the math really easy. I'm going to put a stop at 503. It's a 20-cent stop, just to make the math easy for what I'm going to explain. And you'll see there it is, right on the chart. There's a red line. If it goes down to 503, it'll take me out for a $58 loss in the simulator. So why did I pick 503? So the first thing to, first of all, realize, that I put a stop. Not all trades are going to work. You have to have a price in which you're going to get out of the trade. All right. Now, typically, it should be based on, the chart, so that if it broke down through a support area on the chart, that's where you should get out of the trade. Now, you might say, well, how do I determine what the support area is? That's why you've got to practice trading. All right? Because, you'll be able to, typically can size up, what looks like, I might get taken out of this trade immediately. And I hope I do. I want to show you how that'll work. But, you look at a chart and you think, okay, there's a support area, or here's a support area. If it broke down, and a support area, maybe a little bit of consolidation at a certain price, breaks down through that, you should be out of the trade, as an example. That's why you got to practice trading, because otherwise you'll never know where to put a stop. And your stop should not be just, well, I'll put a stop 10 cents away every trade, or 20 cents away. It has to be based on a little more science than just that. So why did I put a 20-cent stop? Just to make the math easy, because if you get the concept of having to place a stop, number one, then the next thing is sizing. How many shares will you take? Again, it's not a situation where I'll take 500 shares every trade, or 1,000 every trade, or 100 shares every trade. Once you've established where your stop is, and before you get into the trade, you know where your stop is, I put it 20 cents away to make the math easy. Because if I were willing to risk $100 on a trade, and how much you're going to risk will be based on your account size. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to be risking $2,000 a trade. So let's just say based on your account size, you can risk $100 on the trade. You would take, here's your entry, here's your, and while it took me out, I'm really glad it took me out, because I'm going to demonstrate how if you don't obey your stop, this is what you can do. So I had a 20-cent stop. That meant I could have taken 500 shares. Why? Because 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. And otherwise, 20 cents into $100 equals 500 shares. That's why I just wanted to make the math easy. Notice it took me out of the trade right there. So one of the great things when you first start out trading, now that you've heard me talk about stops and how to share size, human nature being what it is that if you get into a trade and it starts approaching that stop that you've put, you might say to yourself, I wonder if that stop is right. It's probably maybe a little too tight. Thought I'd put it right because I really think this trade is going to work. So you start moving your stop down. So now, instead of that $100 loss that you were willing to lose on the trade, you move your stop down. Now it's 150. It starts approaching that new stop. You keep moving it down because you're stubborn. You can't believe this trade isn't going to work. So all of a sudden, that $100 loss that you were prepared to take, manageable, turns into 500. And then that's when you finally get out of the trade and you're super ticked off, etc. Well, see what happened right here? You leave your stop in, it takes all of the emotion out of the trade. You leave your stop in here. It took me out. Manageable loss. Again, this isn't the simulator. Manageable loss, and you move on. Okay? You just move on. Now, this could set up again. So for all the reasons you got into it the first time, it could get back up to that area, and maybe it sets up again later on. Okay, so you can always get back into the trade if it sets up again. You shouldn't be worried about commissions you're paying. Some brokers are free commissions, but you get what you pay for. Maybe you're not getting the best fill. I don't know. Interactive Brokers charges, an exorbitant 0.5 cent a share. Of course, I'm kidding, but there's no reason, there's no reason not to get out of a trade because you don't want to pay commissions. So that's the concept of putting the stop in. And if you don't have the discipline, and I guarantee you at the beginning when you get into your trading career, you won't have the discipline. You'll just start to second guess yourself. So that's why in the simulator, practice, practice, practice. Okay, now I want to talk a little bit about what I'm doing here. Not the RNWK, that was just to demonstrate, okay? But if you did want to say take your strategy, you create a strategy and you wanted to auto trade it. First of all, you'll need our premium service. You can practice in the simulator. Or if you have an IB account, eventually, I would never, ever, if you created a strategy that you wanted to auto trade, I would always practice first in the simulator to see how it worked, how well it worked, okay? You might have back tested it and it looks pretty good, but before you commit money to it, I would practice in the simulator. So this is what I did. This is what I'm doing with this particular strategy, the moving higher with unusually strong options. You'll notice here in the strategies, I have it here, and watch the video. I'm going to put the video in again, and I put the strategy in here, and I turned it on. So that means that every time I get an alert, it'll take the trade. So that's why I took the FRX, that's why I took the KLR. The RNWK is nothing to do with it, okay? It was just a trade that I wanted to demonstrate, or how you can use the simulator. And then what I would do is, sure, you want to take the trade in auto fashion and then manage the exits on your own. So again, if you want to do something like that, you need our premium service. Only if you care about auto trading. If you don't care about auto trading, or standard service is fine. Now, many people want to auto trade the AI. You want to try it? Okay. You have to have that tab, and then you turn all the strat and do it in the simulator before you commit money to the market. Okay, and you just highlight everything. Or you pick the strategies you want if you just want to go long, or if you just want to do the short strategies, or you can pick and choose. You right click and enable them. See how they've all turned on. I'm going to turn them off because I don't do that. Better go up here. Okay. Now you can program a stop loss and all. You can see right here. Here's what you do. I mean, again, you gotta watch that video. I'll pop it in, and here's where you edit your trading strategy. You can put your order details. You can fix dollars, or you can base it on a stop loss. Okay, if you base it on a stop loss, then when you go to risk management, you can put your stop loss in here. Be it a percent, dollars, or a filter, things like that. But I'm not going to go over it in any great detail because, I really want you to watch that video because it goes over so many different aspects. If you're going to do this You know, eventually, if you want to actually trade, you know, your IB account, or if we get another brokerage that you can do this in, yeah, watch that video, please. It covers virtually every aspect of it. So you see what I've done is I took those on entry. I took the trades on entry, and then I managed the exits. If you're asking me, I have no idea. So this is not did it trigger? It did not trigger yet. CLF is not triggered yet. The trigger is 1733, so it is not triggered yet. You can, Eber. You can put an auto exit if you want. Yeah. I like to manage the trades on my own. That's all. But you can put an auto exit. The other thing you can do is, remember when let's get back to that R and W. Okay, so remember, took this trade and I put the stop there. Now let's just say the trade really had started to work well. You know, instead of doing what it did, I could have taken that line and kept moving it up. There was where my stop was. I could have moved that line up, 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 up. You know, if the trade had been really working well, to put it at a new, say, support area. So you can use this almost like a trailing stop. Meanwhile, look at TAOP. This is really, so this is almost, wow, this is above Friday's high now. TAOP. Wow. Is this China stock? Nope. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, Seattle stock. Okay, I don't know what's going on with it. Well, yeah, I mean, I know the names on it. I mean, it says it's headquartered in Seattle. So I don't know what to say. Unless our profile is wrong. It is for sure. Okay, so this is changed then. It says it's headquartered in Seattle. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why there's no flag. Well, there is severe rippage, as I like to say, on the TAOP. I'm surprised. Well, it's not halted. One more little pop, it probably would have halted. Boy, this could get halted, guys. I'm just waiting to see if it gets one more big pop here. And it won't show up in the option play because it doesn't trade options, 0 options. So Now be careful, okay, if you're going to get into this one you are in this one, because remember what happened on Friday. I mean, at one point, this was very enthusiastically up here. That was a big green candle all the way up here, okay? And then it sold off, so it got up to what, 970, and then it sold off right down here to 7, so not quite a $3 drop. I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen, but just, when you see something like that, especially the day before, it could easily happen today too. So don't get too greedy if you got into this one. Boy, there's nothing stopping GT. Well, let's take a look here. I mean, up here, 1725. There's a lot. It looks like there's a lot of. I mean, there's a bunch of topping tails. 1663, 1660, 1650, 1662. So right between 1650 and 1662, you would think there could be some resistance, or certainly up here around 17. But right now, this is unstoppable. All right, guys, if I've missed a question, just please repost it. I apologize if I did miss a question. Meanwhile, Fleur, FLR, or Fleur, but this has got some room too. Look at on the weekly chart. Yeah, this has got some room to about 20. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm not saying it's getting there. Now, I will never swing CVS, IJIT, but thank you. Yeah, it's just too expensive for me. Oh, you meant CRVS, not CVS, right? You didn't mean CVS. No, no, Mike. We start getting your data. You're right. Well, I always say around 6:45, but you're right. So, but yeah, we can't get data any sooner than that. But you know what? You want to complain? Because it's a question we're getting a lot now. Info at trade-ideas.com and say, hey guys, I'd like to see data earlier. I mean, we officially say 7 a.m. Eastern time. No, I want you to complain. I do. Not complain, but a gentle suggestion. Yeah, I saw your question, Night Fox. Yeah. I mean, the sort of standard answer that I get is that, what happens is our servers are working overtime, with all the things they have to do to get set for the next day. And, You know, there's all sorts of activity, and so I don't know if we'll ever be able to have like a 4 a.m. Eastern time start. But you know, we may be able to move it up a little bit, but unless things change a lot, you know. But but you know, you're talking about a charting program, and you know, we're obviously more than just a charting program. It's just that what they do. Anyway, you know, I don't get involved in the development or the tech area of it. Will you be happy here, Marco? Well, I'll try to say nice things that might make you happy, but unfortunately, we don't trade futures. So, if you're a futures trader only, then you won't be happy. Well, we do scan ETFs. Well, EBIX was a release. It's a business outlook, and obviously it was not good. Okay, I mean, I don't think they don't release until officially, I think until March the 3rd. But this is sort of what we call guidance and sort of a pre-release. They reaffirm their business outlook and beyond. Okay, so you know, the market did not like that. They also announced a dividend, but it's having a great little bounce here. You know what? I've got some kind of a bug thing going on here. No, no, shouldn't be on then. No, 400%. So thank you. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, listen, Marco, I can't give advice like that. You know, I mean, in terms of opening an ETF broker account, I mean, I think just virtually any broker trades ETFs or has access to ETFs. Yeah, this is a little frustrating for me because it should have shown up in the 300. Why isn't it? Ah, okay, I know why. It will. It just snuck in 3 now, so it was probably at the time. At the time, it was just slightly under 3. Well, it shouldn't. According to our option, it's 3.4. According, which is 3,400% or 340%. So yeah, I don't see why it's showing up. I mean, I have option volume. The percent is probably not needed, but I hear you. It probably is not necessary. I have a 30 count of my options. I don't know if it really is going to affect it too much. These are because if it has abnormal option activity, more than likely it has probably had 30 new highs. Well, guys, GT is just enormously strong. Look, I'll be amazed if it blows through 17. Yeah, certainly some ominous topping tails here for TAOP. I mean, it's already dropped $1. Yeah, I see you there, Ibra, or Elbra. I don't- You understand that I'm probably not going to be able to help you. You say you sent the files in. Well, if you sent them in, okay, you just have to wait. If you sent them, just have to wait. I mean, somebody we can only do so much. I mean, we've got a lot of emails come in, so so you have to be patient. I know you say you sent them before, but yeah, I'm going to take a look at yours because I am sometimes not getting, and it was just crazy. But, come on, server, come on, come on, come on. I'm gonna have to do a reset. I can't. Okay. Oh, you know, sometimes the most obvious is, again, look at TOP. I mean, wow. My limit is $25. That's the reason. Okay. I put it, 1 to 25. We talked about this last week too. So that's why I'm not getting the LESL. Do I trade futures or stocks? I don't trade futures. So AK, welcome, by the way. No, I just stocks. Okay, so, okay, confusion. All this is just looking at stocks. This is why I named it this. These stocks are moving higher with unusually strong options volume. Okay, I'm not trading the options. I'm trading the stock. But this is zeroing in. I have found since creating this window that stocks that are trading abnormal option volume seem to be very, very strong. So I'm not trading the options. I'm trading, but you know there are a lot of you out there, and you've told me this, that here are the filters that we have for options. Okay, again, we don't scan for options, but here are the filters. So if you are an option trader, you know these filters may help you identify stocks that you want to trade the options in. So we have a put-call ratio. Option volume is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. This is the volume today, the put and the call volume today, and this is the key one. The option volume today percent. So if I use this, say I put 200 in here. So what that means is if a stock over the last 10 days has averaged, say, 2,000 contracts, for me to see that stock today, it has to have traded 4,000, 200%, whereas the ratio just 2, okay? So it's all it's doing is showing me stocks that are having abnormal option activity. If that helps you trade the option, like the underlying option, great. It is. What I did was I took one of them out, okay? And I upped the ante on it to 400% instead of 300. Oh, we're having some issues here. Yeah, having some issues, definitely. Well, there we go. So I upped it. I think that you know the volume was a little lower. I think I didn't have 2,000. I think I had like 500 contracts. I think the top one was 300% of normal. So you know, and I think I added the current volume. So I made these filters. That's why I'm not getting very many alerts. I made them pretty tough, and so it's restricting me the number, which is exactly what I want. I only want about 5 or 6 a day. Yeah, so Iris in my home on my homepage, just go to the sector area or the scan area, okay? Why? Sorry, just a minute. Sorry, it copied too many things. So Iris here, sorry. Okay, so there's my homepage link. Question was, can I have that scan? So if you click on my homepage link, Barry's homepage right there. You click on my link, you'll get this page coming up, and right here, my scans, right here. And here it is, moving higher with unusually strong options. And I'm at the point. When you say which one is it, what do you mean by that? So you click on my homepage link, and here are the scans. View the list of my scans. Click here, and it's called Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options. Okay? So, I mean, right above you is the link. Right above you is the link. The link to my home page. Okay, so Buford, did you? Okay, Buford, did you get that? All you have to do is click on my homepage link. My homepage from within the trading room, it says Barry's homepage. Just click on the link. And then here's my homepage, and just click here for all the scans. And this is the scan right there, Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options. Okay? You won't get very many alerts, but that's really the purpose of it. Well, yeah, when you download it now, you're not going to get all the previous, like the alerts that happen at the beginning of the day. You're just going to see the last one. Now, listen, you can also make a change. I mean, if you've got this, this is what I'm using. I changed it. What in the scan that I'm sharing, it actually says 500%. If you want to change it to 400, that's what I've done. And also, here's the price range. If you want to have a different price range, go ahead. Don't be sorry. Shaban, Shaban, not sure how to pronounce your name, but don't be sorry. Yes. Okay. Okay, so I just posted the link underneath, okay, to my home page. Go to my home page. When you go to my home page, this is what you'll see. And right here, go to the scan section right there. And here it is. Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options. Okay, guys, I am just got to rearrange something. Hi, Real. Good morning. Strong day from Fluor. I mean, again, look left. It's got some room to 2050. Not saying it's going to get there, but okay, so Iris, as I said, you'll only see the last one, okay? Because that's the last one that showed up. You're not going to see anything more. You won't see the early ones. There have only been, in that scan, probably only 2 anyway. Okay, if you just load it now, you're only going to see the last one. So you're not missing anything. You know, if you loaded my basic new highs and lows as an example, you'll just see the last one. You're not going to see all the ones, you know, from when it started at 9:30. And as I say, you won't get very many in here. The most I've ever seen in one day, I think there might have been 12. I think on Friday we had 6, and the day before we might have had 7. So you're not going to get very many. So if you're looking for a scan that has like tons of action, this may not be the scan for you, but it certainly is a scan for me because, you know, I think it's just zeroing in on a very narrow scope of stocks that for, you know, for 2 weeks now have been giving me anyway some great returns. You know, but again, I'm not a super active trader. I don't have to be in a trade all day long. You know, I don't have that mentality that, oh my gosh, I'm not in a trade. I got to get in a trade. Got to have a trade. Got to find a trade. I just don't. I don't think like that. You're welcome, Monica. No, it's too well. Okay, first of all, you know, we got the alert for KLR. If you probably weren't around, but the alert for KLR came at 1818. Okay, I did trade it in my real account. I took it. It's in the simulator. But as I was remarking to everybody, I said I hated the spread. The spread was awful. Spread right now is okay, 1757, 1769. That's why I bailed on it fairly quickly. You know, so whether that spread remains, but you know, it's not. You know, it's had its time. I mean, it may come back later on in the day, but if you're asking me would I trade it now, no. No, we're not good at comparing intraday candles. Okay, Shaban. So we're not good at that. So that is the. Oh, I don't know how much what my return was. I don't know. Well, this had. I mean, it did drop the. I'm talking about the TAOP, but this is just a severe severe. Now we have. See, look at this. Now we have the flag. So I wonder if somebody complained because I was all set to talk to one of our guys. Say, but you notice now we do have the flag, and it is not a Seattle company anymore. Okay. All right, guys. So I was getting close to my break. I won't be probably another 10 minutes or so. But what I do want to do is put the link to our YouTube room in here. Because when I take a break, you can head over there. And you might want to do it if you're interested. I said Sean is going to be in there. He trades options a lot, okay? But also, he was one of the presenters yesterday for the webinar with TrendSpider and ourselves, okay? So if you're interested in finding a little bit more about TrendSpider, and of course, we do have that promo. Okay, so we do have that promo off. That's a we rarely have a 30% off. So if you click on my home page, instead of using the promo that you see right there, if you use the TSTI 30, and that'd be the first month only or the entire year. Also, if you want to go to TrendSpider, that promo code will work for them also. It's a joint effort. Sorry. Yeah, sorry guys in the YouTube room. I know that link it runs into it. I don't know why. I have to separate it. So I'm not a huge swing trader, okay? But Buford, we do have a channel. So if you click on new channel bar, and whether it's good or not, I can't tell you, but we do have something. I know it should say something to do with swing. Just got to find it. There it is. Swing ideas, okay? Swing ideas. So you can take a look at that. Is there a way to make the alert box pop up over other boxes? Yeah, I mean, you can do it if you minimize it. If you minimize the window, and then when you get an alert, it'll pop up. It's what I do with my price alerts window. Where's my price alerts window? Where are you? Anyway. Here we are. So there's my price alerts window. So notice what happens is I minimize it, and when I get a price alert, this box will pop up. Well, I don't know about over all windows. I mean, I've never tried with an alert window. So there's nothing you can do in that regard. I mean, it's just going to pop up. I mean, there's no option that says, okay, in this alert window, I want it to, somehow pop up over every single other window. No. Yeah, I know. I think that's a standard answer. I think. Well, I think it's got something to do with our routine also, though. Okay, guys, this one is on the move a little bit here, this PBCT. Yeah, so I know, Michael. Well, it's just a little too cheap for me. Yeah, I mean, it's trading. It's a huge float. Also, I mean, it might struggle really to get 130, but it's been on the run. I give you that. It's been on the run over the last few months. All right, so you notice it took the PBCT, in auto mode. It took it. And so what do I see when I look left? Here's the issue. What are we now, 18? So you can just see 1803. So there's one little high here at 1803 on the monthly chart. If it can take that out, then the next high looking left is 1871. Okay, so it's just got to get through that high of, when was this? This was in it's quite a while ago, but a year ago. But that might be just blocking it enough. It's also not a low float. They don't have to be low floats, but I think what I would like to do is just kind of put an alert right around here. Just say 1807, see if we can take that out. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, I don't know what to say about GTT. I mean, look at this now. The high over here is 1720. I mean, this is just astonishing. Now let's take a look at the monthly chart. This is going to show up. It'll be look incredibly extended, but this is going to show up. GTT. in the option scan. It's not quite there because it's not 400%. But if you reduce it to 300, it's here. Wow. Well, so far no pullback whatsoever. I mean, a little minor one on the 2-minute chart, but TAOP.
Hello everybody! You got Chicago Sean here. We'll get started here in just a couple minutes. In the meantime, enjoy the music. Hello everybody, it's the top of the hour. It's your boy Chicago Sean McLaughlin. How are you? This is the live Trade Ideas Q&A. We do this every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Happy to have you here. This is your opportunity to answer or to ask any questions you have about the software. You need help understanding how certain things work, how to use certain features, what to interpret from the data that you see. questions like that, I am happy to answer them to the best of my ability. My standard disclaimer at the beginning of every one of these sessions is, I don't know the answer to everything, but I do know enough to be dangerous. And I can certainly point you in the right direction for things that I don't know the answers to. So you guys are seeing my screen right now. This is my layout. This is the layout I keep open through most of the trading day to keep an eye on things that I want to keep an eye on. And so in the channel, or the, what do you call it? The YouTube chat box there. If you have any questions, you could just throw them in there and I'll see them, and I will be happy to tackle them for you. Hey Jim, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. What you guys been trading today, man? I've been going crazy in the oil patch. Buying some JP Morgan as well. A lot of action in the oil patch today. Oh, I see Barry hit me up back channel. Where you at, Barry? There you are. All right, so folks, this is a Q&A session where I don't have any prepared commentary to talk about. The discussion today will be driven by you and any questions that you have. So if you don't have any questions, it's going to be a quiet. Session. Move this down just a little bit. See if that does anything for me. All right. If the music is a little loud, just let me know, guys, and I'll turn it down. I'm not sure how much this microphone picks up of the music. Got a little Dead and Company playing in the background. Goes with my vibe today. So one thing I'll do here real quick for those of you who are looking at my screen and wondering what the heck's going on. Huh, interesting that you guys are seeing things from my screen that you shouldn't be seeing. All right, let me just move that around. Oh, hey, Max, good question, buddy. The TrendSpider webinar that we did last night, great webinar. It was a great time. Unfortunately, there was an issue with the recording of the webinar. It corrupted the file, and unfortunately, it's busted, and we are unable to share the recording. That wasn't the plan. The plan was we wanted to be able to share it with you guys so you could watch it later on for people who missed it. Unfortunately, the recording got messed up, so I don't have it for you. But the good news is we'll probably do it again. We had a great response to the offering and to the cool stuff you could do between the two companies. So I'm sure we'll do it again. That's the good news. But sorry that the webinar did not get recorded. We had a great time. Me, Michael, Jake. Boy, it was a good time. I'm the wrong guy to talk to about customs, unfortunately. I am not the custom formula guy. My brain is not a computer. I don't think in code. Unfortunately, anyone who wants to talk about custom formulas, you're going to have to send those questions into info@trade-ideas.com. I'm not the guy for that. I know my limitations, and that's one of them right there. So Max, basically what the webinar last night was about was how you can connect Trade Ideas to TrendSpider and leverage the power that Trade Ideas offers you as far as idea generation and the AI and auto trading and all that stuff that you know and love here at Trade Ideas. But you want to use better charts. I mean, look, the fact of the matter is we have charts, but our charts aren't that great. They're very limited. We know that. We are not a charting platform. We are an everything else platform, but charting is not where we focus our energies. TrendSpider, on the other hand, does amazing charts, and their charts can do a lot of really cool things. And so we've set up a link where people can, in your TI menu bar here, if you go to Tools and External Linking, you could create a link for TrendSpider, and we've got a rule. Well, I can't show it here, but if you go in the rule area, you'll see TrendSpider as a drop-down option. You'll be able to add a connection to TrendSpider so that anytime you pull up a chart or a symbol on Trade Ideas, you click on a symbol here that comes up in one of your alert windows or whatnot, It'll also simultaneously pop up in your TrendSpider charts, which you could have, populated right alongside your trade ideas. And so it was a really, it's a great combination. They work together seamlessly, and we had an offer for everybody who wanted to try out TrendSpider. If you're here, I'm assuming you're already a Trade Ideas customer, but if you wanted to add TrendSpider, you can do so at a 30% discount. In fact, you know what? I'll send the link here for you guys since you're asking about it. This is really only for people who attended the webinar, but you know what? I'm feeling generous right now. So here it is. Here's the link. Let me type it in here, one sec. 30% off new TrendSpider subscriptions. Oops, I'm having a hard time typing. There you go. The link is right in there. It's in the chat if you're interested in trying out TrendSpider, which I urge you to do it. I think it's great. They're a new partner of ours. We like the guys over there and girls. Great people. So check them out. Max, that's a great question. Is TrendSpider going to be included in Trade Ideas in the future? Well, look, baby steps. Right now, we're just trying to work together, find easy ways to work together. This is the easiest way where we can do the external linking and link the two platforms together. Down the road, if it's technologically feasible, there's a possibility we can pull some TrendSpider charting capabilities into the Trade Ideas platform itself, and vice versa. Maybe moving some of the Trade Ideas technology onto the TrendSpider platform as well. That's way down the road, though. Let's not put the cart before the horse, Max. This is our first shot working together, and we just want to see how it goes. We're testing the waters, but so far, great response. So that's the good news. Note, TradingView is a competitor to TrendSpider. I don't really know. I can't speak to the offering of TradingView. I don't know their software very well. I don't use it. But TrendSpider is pretty awesome. I can tell you that. I can definitely tell you that. So while I'm waiting for some software questions, I'm just going to go through my open positions here in my Brokerage Plus window. I don't have a whole lot of open positions on anymore, but I'm just going to go ahead and adjust my stop loss orders. I'm going to just drag them up here. My charts, you can see I'm doing that in my charts. Guys, if you're using Brokerage Plus, whether it's simulated or live, and you got open positions on and you got stop loss orders working, you'll see them in your charts. See how I got a stop loss order right there? That P&L, that $570, that shows me how much I'll walk away with profit if my stop loss gets hit. I'm going to drag this up just a little bit anyway. And I could just drag and drop stop losses to new levels. It's pretty, for people who are very visual creatures like I am, this is a great feature. I'm just eyeballing stop loss levels. I'm not, there's no mad science here, crazy mathematics as far as where I'm going to place my stop loss orders. I just visualize them on a chart where I look for levels that if that level's broken, then clearly my uptrend is over, or at least temporarily, right? So this is something I do every Monday. I just these are all swing trades. These are trades I'm holding for several days, several weeks, several months if I'm lucky. And I just periodically drag my stop loss orders to lock in profits or reduce losses. I never drag them down. These are all long trades. And I only will move my stop loss orders in the direction of the trends. That's smart trading management 101. I think the rest of these can stay put. By the way, if you hear any weird noises in the background, that's likely the wind that's rattling my windows right now. It's a pretty windy day here in Colorado where I live. Sal, I can't give you any differences between TrendSpider and TradingView. I'm not familiar with the TradingView platform really at all, other than the fact that they offer charts. And I know just a little bit about TrendSpider, not a whole lot. So I can't, I'm not the guy to ask about the differences. All right, Boris, I see a good Holly question in here. Let's read this out. What is the target goal for Holly AI strategies? I'm looking at the strategies in the AI strategies window, and I see stop loss when the order is submitted, but I can't see any profit targets. So are you saying that in your Brokerage Plus window here, Wait, are you talking about the Brokerage Plus? No, let's go to a Holly channel for a second. Let's go over here. So you're saying you got the trades on, but you don't see the profit targets, right? So first of all, if you click on any symbol that Holly traded, you can view the profit targets in a couple places. You can see it on the chart. See on this 5-minute chart, see this green shaded area? At the top of that green shaded area will be the profit target. Now, in this case, it's off the chart. Maybe if I zoom out a little bit, we could see it. So it looks like it's off the chart, but it'll be up at the top of this green box. Let's pick up another chart and see if we can see it in love. Hey, the good news is the profit targets are off the charts, literally off the charts. That's a good thing. The other place that you can see the profit targets is in your open trades window, which is right here, okay? You can set a column to show that profit target. Now, I don't have it showing here, but if I right click in this window and go to columns, I can locate the item. So let's see, profit target. Let's see if I can scroll down and find it. Target price. I think that's the vernacular we use there. So I added that column here, just added it to the end. Now it's over here. I hit OK. Let's stretch this window out a little bit. Oh, there's target. Oh, target price doesn't show there. Okay, what am I missing here? What am I missing? Let's go to columns again. So I'm just scrolling through all our available column headers. Should be one here for the profit target. If there's not, I'm surprised. I mean, I've never used it, so maybe I've never used it because it's actually not available. Yeah, it looks like maybe it's not available. Wow, that's surprising to me. Boris, sorry about that. It doesn't show up here, but it will show up in your charts. I mean, that's the good news, right? You can see it in your charts. These shaded areas, the red area, and down here, this is where your stop loss order is, stop loss level is. That's where the Holly will get out of the trade. And at the top of that green box is where Holly will take the profit. Max, I am demoing the Trade Ideas Simulator. So my Brokerage Plus is connected to the simulator. You can see here, I'm traded to that. I'm not trading a live account with Interactive Brokers, so I won't be able to demo that for you. But the processes are the same. The act of trading and managing your positions, whether you're in the simulated mode or live with Interactive Brokers, it's exactly the same, which is the good news. So if you're new here and you're playing around with, doing some automated strategies that you can do with Brokerage Plus, or if you're auto trading Holly, you could practice in the simulator, which I encourage you to do to kind of get the feel for how the workflow is, what you can expect, maybe some things that you're not normal or not used to. Try all that stuff out in simulator, and then once you're comfortable, then when you turn it on to live trading, it's a seamless process as far as like everything's the same. All the workflow for you is the same. Jim, you want a quick rundown of my channel bar? I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. I mean, the channel bar is the same for everybody. Okay, all these channels that you see in your channel bar are available to everybody, and all these channels they're just they're just pre-configured layouts available to everybody that can dial you into certain sectors, certain areas, certain ideas. Now I have a couple custom channels up here at the top. Oops, excuse me. I have a couple. I got 3 custom channels that I've created. These are my own custom layouts. So my layout is the one that I stay on throughout the day. This is my main layout. Okay. I've got an AI swings channel right here. This is the one that I go through towards the end of the day when I start adding new swing trades. All right. And then I've got my own custom pre-market channel. The big difference between my custom pre-market channel versus the pre-market channel that we offer to everybody in the channel bar, which is down here somewhere. There it is, pre-market. The pre-market channel that I have, it's laid out a little differently, and I've filtered out stocks that are below 10 bucks a share. I'm not interested in stocks that trade below 10 bucks a share. I know that is a crazy thought to some of you, but me, I don't like trading stocks below 10 bucks. So my pre-market channel just shows me the stocks I'm most interested in. So I see that there are a number of people who have logged in since I first started broadcasting this Q&A at the top of the hour. So for those of you who missed my preamble at the beginning, my name is Chicago Sean McLaughlin. This is the Q&A session. This will run till the top of the hour, top of the next hour. And this is your opportunity to ask any questions about the software that you might have. If you need help with a feature, you need help understanding what something does, if you need help building something, let me know. I'll do my best to answer that for you. That's what this session is for. If nobody has any questions, then I guess you're just going to listen to my music in the background, which, I guess there's worse things than that. So who's trading the oils today, boys, girls? I've been buying this CVX, been adding to it all morning. EOG is another one, going well. USO I'm in, kind of stalled. Exxon, bought some of this morning. All going nicely. Max, our pre-market data starts flowing at 7 a.m. Eastern time. Omar, first-time user, welcome. Glad you're here. I know new software can be overwhelming. We get that. That's cool. And you might not even know the questions to ask right now during this session, but keep coming back every day as you kick the tires of the platform and you learn what you don't know. This is the best place to get those questions answered. We could walk you through right on the screen. Luke, where am I located? I'm outside of Boulder, Colorado. Oh, you're in Thornton. Okay, you're not too far away. No, it's windy where I am. I'm in the foothills north of Boulder, and it is. In the last hour, it's gotten really windy. Yogi, what brokers does Holly integrate with? So there's only one broker currently that will accept live orders from our Brokerage Plus platform. And that is Interactive Brokers. That's currently the only broker. Now we are in progress working on integrations with E-Trade and Thinkorswim / TD Ameritrade. Both are in various stages of development. We thought we were close with E-Trade. Then we discovered a bunch of serious bugs that derailed us a little bit. Look, guys, we don't want to put out a product that isn't going to work for you. The last thing we want to do is cost you money with bad trades or bad executions, and that's what we were finding as we were developing the E-Trade. We were ready for the E-Trade rollout, and just wasn't quite ready. So I don't have an ETA on when E-Trade and TDA will be available, but they are top priority with the developers here at Trade Ideas, working on solving those problems, and we hope to have them out soon. E-Trade will probably be out before TD Ameritrade, at least as of the last update that I heard, but that could change. Max, first of all, get some sleep, buddy. What are you trading at 4 a.m. for? And second of all, look, we get it, man. We have a lot of people asking us for earlier data, earlier than 7 a.m. And the reality is that we can't do that right now because we have a lot of overnight processes that involve our AI that take place while the market is closed, and that cannot be running at the same time that we're flowing data, live data through the platform. So that's the technical reason why we can't have live data before 7 a.m. Now, we hope to have that addressed in the future. Believe me, we have a lot of people asking about it, and that's also a high priority. Hopefully we'll get that fixed soon. But right now, 7 a.m. Eastern time is when the data is available. Oh, Max, you're in Europe. Okay. So, geez, I can't even do that math of what time that is for you. Still, get some sleep. By the way, I use Amazon Workspaces to use Trade Ideas on my Mac. And for some reason, my Amazon Workspaces has been kind of fritzing out here for the last minute or so. That's why you're seeing some flashing on my screen. So I apologize for that. Hopefully, we will remain steady. What is the Wall Street Bets channel? That's a good question. we added this new Wall Street Bets channel a couple weeks ago as an homage to the to the Redditors of the world. Look, the reality is this is just a channel that shows you stocks that are currently being talked about a lot on Reddit. Nothing special or magical here, but if you want to get a quick look at what stocks are being mostly talked about on Reddit, you'll find them here in these top lists here. The most talked about. You'll see some of the highest short float stocks right here, and the highest short interests of stocks that are moving. You'll find them here, this alert window. Look, it's a channel that will dial you into what's happening, and take it for what it's worth, or might be a good jumping off point to help you build your own custom layout. Which, by the way, that's kind of what all these channels are for, with the exception of the Holly channels. All the rest of these channels, they're not really intended for you to spend your whole day on them and make that your homepage, so to speak. They're really just meant to show you things that are possible on the platform, show you the different features that are available. And then you can kind of pick and choose the things that you like and take items from each channel and add them to your own custom layouts. Because at the end of the day, 95, 97, 98%, I'm totally making that number up, but most of Trade Ideas customers build their own custom layouts, and that's what they spend their days on. So if I'm on this Wall Street Bets channel and I love this this most talked about top list right here, like this is great. These I want this, and I want to take this little window over to my custom layout. Well, all you simply do is you right click in this top list, go ahead and hit Save or Share to Cloud, and here's the name of it, most talked about. You can erase these numbers here, but you don't need the numbers. So that's the most talked about top list. Go ahead and hit save, or just hit save. And now this window, this top list is saved to your cloud. Now, if I were to go over to, let's say, let's go to the AI Swings channel. This is one of my own custom layouts. Let me close my Brokerage Plus window for a minute. If I wanted to add that top list that I just saved from the other channel, if I want to add that to my custom layout, now all I simply do is I could go to my channel bar and either click on the My Cloud button, which is right here, or this will take me to the same place. In my TI menu bar, I can go to File, Load from Cloud, and check this out. Right here at the top, most talked about, that's the thing I most recently saved. It's right there at the top. I just highlight it, click Load, and boom. Look at that, it opened up on my layout. I could find a home for it. I could resize it, stretch it out however I want. And look at that, now I've just imported something from another channel onto my custom layout. And if I like this, and if I want this to stick around, it's gonna make sure I save my layout with the changes. And the way you do that is just go to your TI menu bar, go to File, Save Layout, give it a name, call it Sean's Test Layout, and hit Save. And boom, every time I open up Sean's Test Layout, which by the way I can do that is just go to my File, Load, Layout right there, and there it is, Sean's Test Layout. Just hit open and it'll relaunch it, and it'll always have that new window that I just saved. So really that's kind of what's great about the channel bars. It's for those of you who are new to Trade Ideas or new to trading altogether. You don't know what you need, what you want, what you can have. The channels on the channel bar are a great place to just experiment with all these different features and pick and choose what you like and then add them to your own layouts. Any chance Trade Ideas will hook up with TradeZero? Sure, there's a chance. I could tell you there's nothing happening on that front at the moment. There's been no talks with TradeZero, but if enough people ask about it, we're certainly happy to go down that road. I mean, really, the reason why we're building API connections to E-Trade and TD Ameritrade is because that's where the vast majority of our customers have accounts. That's the long and short of it. So we want to build the tools for the most people that we can impact the quickest, right? So no, Brokerage Plus is not available with TradeZero. The only brokerage that accepts orders from Trade Ideas at this time is Interactive Brokers. Darius, the AI Swing channel has not been completed yet. I know that's in the works. I know Michael Noss on our team has been working on that. Bonpara on Twitter if you want to hit him up. Maybe he can give you the latest on when that'll be done, but that is something that's in development, yes. As currently constructed, for those of you who don't know, the Holly channels, if I pull up the Holly channel, all these Holly strategies are all currently designed in service of day trading. So all these trades are intraday trades. The AI will close the trades out before the end of the day, hold nothing overnight. But we know that there's a lot of people that want to swing trade with Holly, and Holly is great for swing trading. I use it, at least I demo it for swing trading. And so we're trying to build those tools to make that available for everybody. Sal, the best use case for the TI platform? Well, I mean, look, if you're a day trader or a swing trader, you're going to get the most out of it. Absolutely. Now, long-term traders, long-term investors can certainly find value with trade ideas, building their own custom top lists that scan the market for stocks that are set up in the ways that they want to set up for whatever it is you want to look for to make a long-term investment. Trade ideas can certainly make that easier for you, right? Top lists are a powerful tool for the long-term investor. I mean, look, there's 8,000 tradable securities across the U.S. and Canada that we have data for. You can't possibly be up to date on all of them. You don't want to cycle through 8,000 charts every day. Use a top list to filter out the stocks you don't want to see that aren't meeting your criteria for a long-term investment. And then, whittle down your universe from 8,000 stocks to maybe 50 stocks you can keep an eye on. 50 is a lot more manageable than 8,000, wouldn't you say? But certainly, day traders and active swing traders get the most out of trade ideas, no doubt about it. That's who we were built for. Why does a stock consolidate at a higher price like NJAC? What are the factors? Well, I mean, the simple answer is supply and demand. If a stock is consolidating, it means the price has found equilibrium. The buyers are happy with that price level. The sellers are happy with that price level. Everybody's happy. And until somebody's unhappy, until somebody gets aggressive, whether sellers start getting more aggressive or buyers get more aggressive, you're likely going to see a stock just kind of consolidate and go sideways. I mean, that's it. Everything is supply and demand in the market. Keith, great question. Can the AI automatically trade only long ideas and not shorts? Yes, absolutely. Let's do this real quick. Let's go. Let me do this. Let me open up my layout. Let me bring up my Brokerage Plus window. So check this out. And this might be advanced for some of you. It sounds like Keith has been kicking the tires here at Brokerage Plus. But in the Brokerage Plus window, if you go to your Holly AI tab, okay, notice how the first column here says trading. They all say off in red, right? These are all the Holly strategies across all three channels, the Holly Grail, Holly 2.0, Holly Neo. They're all here. This is every strategy that's active today, right? Now, I can a la carte turn on any individual strategy, right? I could choose this Mighty Mouse, right click, enable selected strategy, okay? So if I wanted, I could just select all of them by using my shift key. I could select all of the long strategies only and enable just those 12 selected strategies and not turn on the shorts. So that's how you can have Holly only trade the long side, or you could have it only trade the short side. It's all about what you turn on. Every day when you come in, before the market opens, if you're auto trading Holly, you're gonna have to come in and turn it on, right? It's not one of those things you turn on once and then you come back in a month and you see all the trades that happen. No, you got to engage with the platform every day. You got to turn it on. If you forget to turn it off at the end of one day, it's going to turn off automatically for you, and you're going to have to come back and turn it on the next day. All right, that's by design. And so if you only want to trade the long side, you can just come in here and just activate the long strategies. Right click, enable. That's how you turn them on. Okay. Now, since we're here, I want to caution people. If this is your first time turning these on, before you enable these strategies, you got to edit your trading instructions first. So here, edit the long trading instructions. I select this. I want to make sure I got the right AI trading mode on. Am I on conservative? Am I on moderate? Which, by the way, what do these mean? The conservative mode means you get into every trade that Holly gets into, and you get out at the same time she gets out. Okay? When Holly gets out, she gets out. She gets out of trades intraday for a variety of reasons. But whatever that reason is, if you have it set to conservative mode, you're going to get out when she gets out. The other mode is moderate. Okay? Moderate mode means you'll get in when Holly gets in, but instead of getting out when she gets out, you're going to hold that trade until the end of the day. And then the AI will exit your trade for you at the end of the day. Okay? Now there's a caveat there. It will still honor the stop loss level. Okay? So whatever the stop loss level is for that strategy on that stock, if that stop loss level gets hit, it will take you out. Because look, at the end of the day, we don't want to take any big losses. Big losses are the enemy of good trading. All right? So stop losses will always be honored. But with moderate mode, you will hold till the end of the day. That's what that means. And for position sizing, you want to set your position sizing. Now, you have a few options here with position sizing. With fixed dollars, what this means is if I set this to, say, 5,000, this means I will buy $5,000 worth of stock, however many shares that is, okay? It doesn't matter if you're buying Amazon or some $6 stock. It will buy as many shares as it can buy, up to, but not to exceed $5,000, all right? Your next option is fixed shares. Some of you old school traders, you like to trade in 100 share lots or 1,000 share lots. You could set that if you want. I don't recommend it because look, a 1,000 share trade in Amazon is a lot different than a 1,000 share trade in this VUZI that's only $22 a share, right? So I would not recommend fixed shares. The one I recommend is based on stop loss. Here you could set how much dollars of your, how many dollars you're willing to risk of your capital on a trade. So if I set this to 200, that means my position will be sized such that if my stop loss order gets hit, the most I can expect to lose is $200 approximately, right? That doesn't factor in slippage or, stuff like that. But that'll size your position such that if you get hit, if your stop loss gets hit, you'll lose around $200. That's the way I recommend it. I think that's what most smart professional traders will tell you. Is you want to kind of uniform your risk across all trades. So whether you're trading, a volatile stock, a turtle stock because it doesn't move at all, an expensive stock or a cheap stock, it doesn't matter. You're still risking $200 per trade. Okay? So you want to edit these trading instructions. Oh, and lastly, entry order. Now this is controversial for some. I know there's a school of thought out there that says, I will only enter orders with limit orders. And look, I get that. Guys, girls, I totally get that. You don't want to pay the spread on a stock that has a wide spread. Totally get that. But let me give you my case for why you should use market orders. For one thing, Holly is mostly trading very liquid stocks. So those stocks aren't going to have stupid wide bid-ask spreads, okay? If you use a market order, yes, you will pay the ask and that might be, that might annoy you. You might get filled at a level that's a little higher than you wanted to get filled at. But guys, here's why this is important to use market orders. In trading, and every trade you put on, there's only 4 possible outcomes of that trade. You can make a little bit of money, you could lose a little bit of money, you could lose a lot of money, or you could make a lot of money, right? Those are your 4 options. That's it when it comes down to it. On any time frame, whether you're a day trader, swing trader, long-term investor, those are your 4 outcomes. Now, we're already taking care of eliminating the risk of a big loss, okay? Because every trade that Holly puts on has a stop loss attached to it, stop loss order, all right? So we're eliminating the risk of a large loss, which is good, okay? The math doesn't work if you're taking large losses. So we've already eliminated that. So now you have 3 trades left, 3 possible outcomes left. Small losers, small winners, big winners. Well, at the end of the day, if you do, or I should say at the end of a year, let's say you did 500 trades. If you did 500 trades, I would be willing to bet that at least 450 of them are going to be a net wash. They're all going to be small losers, small winners, and they're going to be a net wash, meaning you didn't make any money, you didn't lose any money, you're flat, okay? But 50 of those trades out of the 500, 50 of those trades, that's where all of your profits will have been earned. Now, I'm bringing this up because if you are putting orders in at a limit to get in, you are guaranteed to take every losing trade, right? Because by definition, the stock has to go lower than your limit order on its way to lower prices for you to suffer a loss, right? So you're going to take every losing trade with a limit order. But you might miss the big winner or a big winner, right? You might put a limit order out there and the stock briefly traded at that price. You didn't get filled and then the thing took off without you. Now, as a trader who needs to have the occasional long winner or big winner for the math to work, you have to make sure you're in every winning trade. And if that means paying up to get it, well, gosh darn it, you better do it. All right? Because the greatest sin you could commit is missing the big winner because you were trying to get in and you're trying to get in cute with a limit order. All right? So guys, I recommend market orders. You can disagree with me if you want, but I'll tell you what, I never miss the biggest winning trades of the day or the week or the year when I'm using market orders. So that's my pitch for that. So anyway, I got off on a tangent, but yeah, before you turn these on, you just want to make sure you edit those long trading instructions and have them set up the way you want, and then you can turn them on. All right, looks like some questions piled in here. Let me catch up. Sorry for that long riff. Elliot, no, there's no way to predict which way stocks will consolidate. By definition, consolidation means it's neither going up nor going down, right? It's just going sideways. What you're really asking is which way is it going to break out of? Is it going to break higher or break lower? And there's no way you can predict that with any, with 100% accuracy. That just isn't possible. Okay, do you guys offer any API for the alert window with any of the subscription plans? No, unfortunately, we do not offer a public API at this time. I don't know. I don't even think there's plans to offer one at some point. There might be, but we don't offer it now, unfortunately. That's a question we get a lot. Okay, what else? If you have several hundred subscribers letting Holly AI automatically trade their IB account, isn't this causing a big spike every time enters a trade or stops out? Max, that's a very good question, and it's something we think about all the time. And the good news is, at least to this point, we haven't noticed any degradation of performance due to our customers piling into trades. Again, mostly because we're sticking with stocks that have good volume. All right, there's a lot of trading going on there. So, look, it's a big world out there, and there's room for everybody. We haven't noticed any strategy degradation, but Max, I'll tell you, if that were to happen, the Holly AI is self-correcting, right? So if there's a certain strategy that it's hurting itself because people are all piling into the same trades, and it's actually hurting the performance of that strategy, well, you know what? The AI is going to learn that, and it's going to make adjustments. Every night, the Holly AI is making adjustments to every strategy based on how it's performing, trying to find ways to make it work better. It's pretty amazing. And it's all happening behind the scenes. The AI engine is working its magic. So if a strategy is underperforming, and if it's due to the fact that all of our customers are piling into those trades, well, the AI may not send that strategy anymore because it's not working. we're all stealing each other's profits. So it's a self-correcting mechanism, Max. So it's not something we need to worry about. It's not something we are worried about, but we do monitor that. We are sensitive to that. And so far, good news is since 2017, since we first launched the AI, we have not noticed any meaningful situation where that's been a problem. Good question, though. Is float rotation important? It can be. It's not something I pay a whole lot of attention to. But look, if it's important to you, then it's important to you. Elliot, I can tell you, I've been trading for 23 years. And if you fill up a room with 100 long-term successful traders, men and women who have just consistently made money month in, month out, year in, year out, I will tell you that all 100 of those traders make money in their own unique way. Now, there may be some commonalities between the strategies. You might have a bunch of people that are long-term trend followers. You might have a bunch of people that are mean reversion traders. You might have a bunch of people that only trade micro-cap stocks. So there may be some commonalities, but the reality is all 100 of those successful traders make money in their own unique way. So is float rotation important? Sure, it can be. if it's important to you, if you find a way to make it important to you, if you back test a strategy based on whatever you're seeing in float rotation, you got to make it work, buddy. You got to make it work. Make it work for you. There's an infinite amount of ways to make money in the market, which is frustrating because when you know that there's an infinite amount of ways to make money in the market, then why is it so goddamn hard to make money sometimes? That's the question that nobody can answer. Keith, great question. Does Holly know your cash balance so it doesn't use more money than you have available? So if you're auto trading with Holly, here's what's going to happen. Technically, no. Holly does not know the cash balance or your available buying power in your account. But no reason to worry. If Holly were to attempt to send an order to your brokerage, in this case Interactive Brokers, because that's the only broker, if Holly were to attempt to make a trade in your account, if you don't have the available buying power to make that trade, Interactive Brokers will just reject the order. No harm, no foul, no big deal. It just won't accept the order. Okay. Now, if you have open positions on, you don't need to worry about your stop loss orders. They'll still be executed as they're supposed to be. You just won't be able to enter any new trades until you have the available buying power. Mike, how long have I been with Trade Ideas? I started in the summer of 2017, but I've been a customer of Trade Ideas for longer than that. Well, not continuously, but I first was a customer of Trade Ideas back in 2006 when I traded at a prop trading firm in Chicago. All the prop traders there had a complimentary Trade Ideas subscription, and so I used Trade Ideas. Didn't have all the bells and whistles that it has now, but I definitely used Trade Ideas top lists and alert windows back in the day. But officially, as an employee of the company, I've been here since 2017. Trade Ideas itself, by the way, has been around since 2003, so we're no fly-by-night operation here. So, folks, we have I got about 15 minutes, give or take, left with you. So, if you're sitting on a question, there are no dumb questions. There are no bad questions. There are no too advanced questions. If you got a question you think is too advanced or too basic, it doesn't matter. Throw it out there. I promise you, there's over 100 people watching this webinar right now, or this live Q&A. If you've got a question, there's probably someone else who would also benefit from the answer. So throw it out there. Don't be shy. Bear with me one sec as I check something out here offline. All right, looking good. Sometimes stock has news at 7 a.m. pre-market. What scanner is best to get these price volume spikes in real time? Meaning in the first 5 seconds when a stock has a volume spike. Well, in the pre-market session, your best bet is to hang out on our pre-market channel. So if I'm going to go to the channel bar here, I'm going to find pre-market. The pre-market channel is probably the best place for you to hang out. Anything that's moving, it's going to pop up here in the pre-market. You'll probably show up here in your pre-market movers multi-strategy window. All right. But you'll also see all the stocks that are showing the biggest up gap, the biggest down gap. You can see them here. That's where I would hang out, is the pre-market channel. And if you want to see what the news is, Max, anytime if there's news to be had that's notable in your single stock window here, notice you got a bunch of tabs within the single stock window. Just click on the news tab, and you'll see the links to the latest news items for that individual stock. Hi, Megan. Welcome. Glad you're here. I said this to somebody earlier, to somebody else who said that they were new. This is the live Q&A. We do these every day, every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. And this is a great place to ask questions for us to walk you through anything you're struggling with. Don't feel like you need to ask questions on your first day. Just hang out and watch if you want. But as you kick the tires of the platform, and look, there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to absorb on any new software, whether it's Trade Ideas or anything else. There's a lot to absorb. So as you're kicking the tires and playing around and questions come up, jot them down, make a note, and come into these Q&A sessions and ask your questions. happy to do it. Happy to answer them for you. Well, Megan, I would say before you auto trade live, I would do it with the simulator. Okay, so with in the Brokerage Plus window, I don't know if you have a Brokerage Plus window open yet, but to open a Brokerage Plus window, you go to your TI menu bar, go to New. This is where you launch any new window. Come here and launch Brokerage Plus. Okay, that will launch a window that looks like this. This is your Brokerage Plus window. And you'll want to connect. You won't be connected when you start, but click here and you'll want to connect to the Trade Ideas simulated trading. Please do this first. We strongly encourage everybody to simulated trade first. Once you got that turned on, if you want to start auto trading Holly, and I walked through this a little bit earlier, just go to your tabs across the top here. See where it says Holly AI off? Go to the Holly AI tab, and these are all the strategies to turn any of them on. Just right, you could do these a la carte, any individual strategy just by right clicking enable, or you could turn them all on. Select them all and just click enable 17, select the strategies. But before you turn any strategies on, you'll want to make sure you edit your long trading instructions. I went through that a little bit earlier. I'm not gonna do it again, but you'd want to go in here and make sure you got everything set up the way you want it to be set up. But play around in the simulator first, please. Make your mistakes on the simulator. If you get good at the simulator, which you will with enough practice, once you turn it on to live trading with real money, the process, the workflow is exactly the same. You don't need to learn anything additional once you start going with new money. It's all the same processes, which is great. Ahmed, I see your question. He wants to know if Trade Ideas can inform you about entry points and profit targets and stop loss. Yes, that's what the Holly AI is designed to do. The Holly AI, let me pull up a Holly AI channel. This is we have 3 different channels, but this is one of them. Holly AI is designed to show you when she gets into trades. You can get in, you'll get alerted. This window here is all the open trades. When a new trade happens, it pops up in here. You get a little audio alert, little bing that goes off. It shows up here. Look at that. We just had one get in right now. This balloon underwater, LBR DK. You didn't hear the audio alert because you can't hear it through my thing, but I heard a little bell go off. So when trades happen, you'll be alerted in real time. You can enter right when Holly enters, and if you're following along, you'll get the same thing when she gets out. It'll show up here in this closed trades window. You'll get an audio alert, and you could exit when she exits. This is, of course, if you're doing it manual, right? You could auto trade this as well, which takes a lot of that out, makes it a lot easier. But that's what the AI is for, Ahmed. Yeah. What do I think of HSTO as a swing trade? I won't even think about it. I don't trade penny stocks. Sorry, Sahar. I'm the wrong guy to ask on penny stocks. I don't trade anything under $10. I'm not saying you can't make money trading these stocks. I know a lot of people that do, but I don't do it. Too volatile for me. Barry's watch list. You talk about this channel here. This is just a channel that goes along with Barry's chat room. For those of you who don't know, we live stream it right here on this channel where you're at right now. In fact, as soon as I hang up this call in 10 minutes, I'm going to pass it back to Barry, and you'll be in the live trading room. And so this channel here is just a channel that Barry updates every day with the stocks that he's watching. So if you're a Barry disciple hanging out in his trading room, you might like this channel because you'll see all the stocks that he's paying attention to. That's what that is. Keith, I don't have any special insight on what type of account you'll want to open with Interactive Brokers. Although I will tell you, you need you need an Interactive Brokers Pro account, not their Lite account. The Lite account is the free commission. That's what everybody wants, I know, but if you want to auto trade or send trades from Trade Ideas, you need to have a Pro account, and they do charge commissions. But the good news is IB commissions are ridiculously cheap. But as far as whether you want to open an IRA account or a joint account or anything like that, that's not something I can answer. I'm sorry, I don't know. It's going to be different for everybody. But you probably want a margin account, maybe if you can get it. Margin's always good. If buyers are holding the entire float, does that indicate generally that it will crack and panic sell? No, I would say that probably indicates the opposite. If buyers are holding the entire float and they're not selling, well, anybody new coming to the market that wants to get in, they're going to have to drive the price higher. So, yeah. Max, what frequency are the scanners scanning? Good question. Topless update every 30 seconds. They scan the entire marketplace every 30 seconds. Oh, the oils are going again. I'm getting alerts on my phone that my oil positions are working. EOG, I just got an alert on that one. Just traded higher. There it goes. Same. Oh, an SQ as well. All right, folks. So we got about 8 minutes left here. So if you're sitting on questions, now's your time to throw them in. So for those of you who missed it, I might be repeating myself and I apologize, but we do these live Q&As every trading day, Monday through Friday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. This is the best place to get questions answered, where we can demonstrate the answer live on the screen, show you what you need to do. That's the best way. Now, if you need further help, or if it's outside of those times or you can't make these calls in the future, you can always send an email to info@trade-ideas.com. I'm typing the email address in there right now. That's how you can. That's the best place to send questions outside of this Q&A. We can make sure the question gets routed to the proper person who can answer your question. And we generally get back to people within 24 hours. If it's during business hours, it's often a lot quicker than that. But that's the best place to send questions. Monica, I don't have any special insight on airlines. I'm not in any airline trades myself, so I don't have any insight there. What is the idea surfing? Pause. Richie Stanway asking. So Richie, if I turn this on, if you notice on my TI menu bar up top, it says idea surfing is paused. If I click that to toggle it back on, so now it says currently idea surfing. Basically what that means is if my hands are, if I'm not playing around, maybe I'm talking on the phone, I'm on an email, or who knows, we're doing something else. When idea surfing is on, it's going to cycle through all of my open top lists and any AI strategy trades windows that I have open on my screen. It's going to cycle through the top 3 names of each list and just show you those charts. It does that because it's just it's if the stocks in the top of your top list, if they're on the top of your top list, they're there for a reason, because those are the stocks that meet your criteria, whatever they are, that you might want to trade. So it's just cycling through those charts so that you might, in the hope that you won't miss something, right? You might have been stuck on the Dell chart that we see right now, but maybe Crocs is moving, and you might not have seen Crocs unless you had idea surfing on and it turned to the Crocs chart. There it goes. Now it's on Crocs. Oh yeah, Crocs is moving. I want to get in that. That's all it's for. You don't need to use it. It's just a feature that helps people out. But anytime you click on a symbol anywhere on the platform, once you click a symbol, it's going to pause the idea surfing. See how it says paused? So if you ever want to turn it back on, you just click on it, and that'll turn it back on. That's all that is. Joe, how do you use trade ideas to find moving stocks? Well, there's lots of different ways. You might want to spend some time on these channels here. Good place to go, I think, is a favorite for people finding stocks that are moving. Momentum stocks. We have a Momo channel. Here it is, Momentum. This is a great place without having to do any work of your own, where you could find the stocks that are moving. Now, you can build your own alert windows and top list that'll steer you into the stocks that are moving based on whatever criteria you have set. I'm not going to be able to explain that to you in 30 seconds, but you can do that. But the Momo channel is a great place to start. If you're looking for momentum stocks, spend some time on this channel. I think that'll help you, Joe. Why Sammy? Asking about SMS email alerts on the account page. How can you set them up? Well, before I tell you how to set them up, let me just give you a caveat. It doesn't work all that great. And it's not our fault. It's because we can send the alert to your telephone provider at the moment that it happens. But the latency that you'll experience between the time that we send your telephone provider the alert and the time you receive that alert, your ISP sends you that alert, it could be a 30-second lag, it could be a
Just want to make sure before I start doing my video. No, Bruce. Okay, guys, I know you can hear me here. I'm talking about the other feed. All right, just looking at that's AWX, guys. I mean, this, if it can take out that high of 2 days ago, I mean, look at where it could go. I mean, look at the room this AWX has. RNWK, okay. I do see, oh yeah, I see it, Ija. Of course I see it. Of course I see it. What has happened here? Just give me a moment here. Okay, guys, so that RNWK, where did it trigger at? 526, so it's a bit of a move. And you can just see that there's some resistance right around here. If it can break through that, you might have a runner. And the market is starting to move a little bit here. Tech is still down. Tech still hasn't really recovered. Take a look at the Qs. I don't think it's had a big now. So the tech is still in a downtrend. But the big board, I don't know if it's still called that anymore, but the Dow was up 100. And SPY is, trying to move. They might get positive. All right, well, okay, now, was that shortable? Boy, that was shortable. William, were you over that one? All right, guys, so I am going to do my video, and as I say, you will see me doing it. You won't hear me doing it, but you'll see me doing it on this screen. It's the only way I can do the capture right now. So, not that it's a big deal because, I mean, before all you could see my screen, but so what? Now you'll just see me doing my doing the video. You just won't see. So in case you guys are wondering, hey Barry, you're doing your video. I know I'm doing it. Okay, so I will put myself on mute now. All right, so I'll answer you, Joseph, just quickly. Yeah, I mean, all you have to do before I do my video. Okay, just a minute. Okay, so Joseph, I don't know how many monitors you have, but what you can do is this, and I'll just run this quickly. And this is good if you have multiple monitors, okay? So you take your toolbar, you put it in the upper left-hand corner. Look at RNWK go, guys. You put it in the upper left-hand corner of what you're going to designate as your main monitor. Put all your trade ideas windows, arrange them as you want. On, of course, the main monitor. If you're using multiple monitors, put your, I've got like my Spider sector list. It's over here, so it's on my other monitors. Arrange all your trade ideas windows on your other monitors as you want them, and then all you have to do is go to the toolbar, click on Tool, Options, and then Layouts. And where it says Loading Layouts, check that. Open relative to main window, save it. And then when you close down Trade Ideas, save your work, like save your layout. When you load Trade Ideas again, all your windows will be exactly where you want them. Okay? So it won't be annoying anymore. All right? Okay, ready. Well, all you have to do, to load, you just file load from cloud. If you save something to the cloud, like a scan or something, you just load from the cloud, and that's how you load Windows. Look at the RNW. I'm going to, because I'm going to do this video right now, I'm going to just flatten out. So that turned out, and actually the only reason it's not more is because, I was using this as a practice trade earlier just to show you guys how you can use the simulator. All right, guys, so I will do my video now. I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll be probably 10 to 15 minutes, and I'll be right back. So if I haven't answered your question, just hold on. All right, guys, I'm now, oops. All right, guys, I'm now back after doing the video. So yes, I was on mute while I was doing my video. Okay, guys. So, you know what? Somebody asked me earlier. I don't think I answered. Are you still in the room? He wanted to know about the max P&L and the distance from the exit price. Did somebody? Are you still in the room who asked that question quite a while ago? I seem to remember somebody posting that. There's no such thing as better, Holy Grail better than 2.0 and Neo. You know, I don't look at it that way. I mean, today Grail happens to have a couple of big percentage movers. Tomorrow it could be Neo. The day after it could be 2.0. So I don't look at it that way. I really don't care about from where the alerts happen. Okay, I just wouldn't care about it. I wouldn't try to overanalyze it. And I'm not just talking to you, but it's in general. Just get the alerts, and whether it comes from Grail, Neo, or 2.0. I mean, this happens to be the best one today. Again, as I say, it happens to be from Grail. Tomorrow could be completely reversed. Maybe Neo gives the best ones. Well, that's nice to hear. CLF for you. Well, IRX was an AI alert. So how to find it, you need a premium service. And it's right at the top here, IRIX. So that's how I found it. Now, I'm sure it came in. I mean, it would have come in other scans, possibly, but certainly at the beginning of the day, this is where I was alerted to IRIX. IRIX. Yeah, I'm sure it has been. I'm sure it has been. I'm sure, you didn't absolutely need the AI to find it. I mean, look at the volume, 11 times normal. Well, it depends on the scanner. So Max, you're talking about top list windows. They update every 30 seconds, but these windows here, alert window, it gives you a real-time alert. Okay, so it depends. I mean, an alert window will give you a real-time alert. But topless windows, they do update every 30 seconds, yes. It's a different use. A topless window is more like a ranking. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that have the highest relative volume today. Show me, this. So that is what the topless window is for. Whereas the alert window, you're creating an event. So here's my event. I'm looking for stocks. Here's my filters. Here are my filters. Looking for stocks between 1 and 20. Relative volume is 4, etc., etc. Here are the filters. If a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. So this is called an event. No, I don't use DAS. ETR. Wow. February 24th pre-market. So it looks like it's having earnings on the 24th before the market opens. So a couple of days from now. I mean, look, this is pretty bad. Remember, this is the first day of the week, so this is a big break. This doesn't look good. So thoughts on Riot? Well, it's it is trying to come back a little bit. I mean, it did. I mean, it got beaten up. I think it's all because of Elon Musk. His tweet on the weekend, basically saying, "Hey, maybe Bitcoin's a little overvalued. They could hit $1 trillion or something like that. Not the price, but so look, if you believe Bitcoin is going to keep going higher, then there's Riot and Mara." Meanwhile, Zedkin continued after that pullback. What do I know about OBTC? I don't know anything about it. If it's not a stock, I don't know anything about it. It's the pinks. I mean, I just look at GBTC. I don't know how it relates to GBTC. What are they both? So that's down 8%. So what is OBTC? And it's up 22%. So I don't know anything about this. Sorry. Well, typically what I do, Max, in the morning is I've got 4 scans that I look at. Okay, and I'll just pop the. Let me just pop my home page in. And I'll try to answer your question, JJ. I mean, see if I can answer it. So, this is what I do in the pre-market. Just a minute. Okay, so this is what I do in the pre-market. Here are the scans that I share. I look at these 4: the gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, and pre-market actives down. So if I'm loading this at 7 in the morning Eastern time, and I'm seeing the ones that are up the most, okay, right off the bat, typically, yeah, I mean, I'm then looking at the news to see, okay, well, 2 things. I can quickly tell if it's an earnings play, because I have my single stock window up, and I'll tell if it's an earnings play. That will typically, if it is an earnings play, that could be a reason why a stock is up or down. And if it's not an earnings play, then I just quickly click on the news, okay, and see if there's any news. Now, if you want to have this news tab open all the time, you just have to duplicate the window, duplicate the single stock window, click on news, and then you can incorporate, let me just get rid of this. And then you can just incorporate this as part of your layout so you can see, what the news is. Okay? Typically when I see a stock moving in the pre-market, I mean right at 7 in the morning, it's either already moved a lot or it's just starting, and it's just a matter of, again, is it an earnings play or is there some news associated with it? Well, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, depends on your time zone. I mean, fortunately or unfortunately, I'm in the West Coast, so I mean, 4 a.m. comes awfully early, but I do get up around then, and I do start to scan. I mean, it's up to you. You know, just because when we scan, what we're looking for are stocks that are moving in the pre-market. Now, the fact that they're moving in the pre-market doesn't mean they're going to keep going in the same direction once the market opens, but obviously there are, depending on the news the stock has, and especially if it's a bio, and they've come up with some pretty good test data, there's a good chance maybe a stock like that will continue. But I wouldn't say it's mandatory that you get up. These ones, honestly, I'm just kind of waiting for my moving higher with unusually strong options. It really has no bearing on my getting up at 4 in the morning. Because nothing's going to happen in this window until at least 9:30. 9:30 Eastern time. But my routine, though, is to look at those 4 scans. The gap up, gap down shared, and the pre-market actives up and down. And I've been doing the same thing for years. Is there a custom? Let's see if there's a data point for that. Probably. I would think there's a data point for that. Let me just see. And the answer is yep. Yeah, high, yeah. But you have this, don't you, Ija? Just look on page 6. What's happened here? Okay. Just look on page 6. Okay, first of all, can you guys on YouTube hear me? Something's gone a little haywire. It doesn't look like I'm able to post. Or can you see the link? Short growth. Okay, this is a little confusing to me because this is what I'm seeing. I don't see the link. Can you see the link, Ija? No, I know you can hear me, but I posted a link and it's not like I'm just, oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. So let me post I don't know if you saw that link before. I wish everybody came into the main room. It's just so much easier for me. Okay, so it is there. So on page 6, you'll see the data points for the high and the low in the pre-market, okay? Well, there is definitely a, yes, Max. Well, this one, for instance, momentum, okay? Momentum up shared, which is one of the scans I'm sharing. This is what it's looking for. It's looking for volume pops. Volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 500% of normal. So this is, these are active stocks that are also having volume pops. Okay, Max? And that's, it's a scan I'm sharing, momentum scan that I'm sharing. So you see what happened here? Look at the volume pop. That's why this was alerted at that point. Meanwhile, nothing is stopping a TAOP. The next high looking left is $15 on that monthly chart. Wow. Okay, so JJ, I mean, I sort of actually in the video that I did, I mean, people ask all the time, is there a video on how to use the AI or Holly? Say no, but use it as a watch list. So 621, yeah, there was the alert at 621 right here. It did pop up and then it came back down. So if you're watching this, you could easily just put a price alert right at 621 again and see if it comes back and then moves. So you could easily just put a price alert, using, right click, create a price alert, just put the price alert back at that entry. And then you'd be alerted. Now, does it absolutely mean it's going to do this? Of course not. Does it show pre-market volume? Yes. Well, it doesn't. No. Okay. It doesn't differentiate between pre-market volume and the volume, if that's what you mean. I mean, when we're in the pre-market doing our scanning, yeah, I mean, it's showing the pre-market volume, but it doesn't differentiate and then start new volume once the market opens, if that's what you mean. Okay, Elliot, makes sense? All right, guys. Well, I'm just kind of waiting to see what sort of late afternoon alerts we get from the options. We do get some, believe me, we get them. Well, I shouldn't say, I mean, there's no guarantee we're going to get them today, but, well, there we go. Just as I'm speaking, TGB. So what does TGB look like? Well, it has a little bit of room. I mean, look at the 238 right here. There's the high. There are the highs up here. It's at 204. So, I mean, if you got it right now and if it got anywhere close to this, that'd be a great percentage move. Let's back it out on the weekly. I think you're going to see the same thing. So, yeah, so and it's a big float, 268 million in the float. Bit of a choppy looking 2-minute chart. Topping tails, bottoming tails. Okay, Dan. Yeah, you're that Dan. Okay, welcome back. So to any alert window, be it the basic new highs and lows, I'm surprised you don't have it already. Just right click, properties, actions. Check that play sound. Set up the sound. You can use one window. You can set the text to speech to one of the alert windows if you want. You don't have to. The reason I say one is because the whole idea of alerts, sound alerts, is to put a different one in each window. So when you hear the alert, you'll know which window to look at. So again, if you don't have to use text to speech, but some people like it, so you could put it on one window. And then otherwise, use the custom sound and select. And then we have 3 folders. Within each folder, there are sound alerts. So you pick pig, okay? Open it. You can play it. That's what you want. You say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert gets attached to that alert window. And don't forget to save your work at the end of the day. Everything you do, including adding sound alerts or you make changes to filters, you want to save your work at the end of the day. And saving your work in 2 ways. You can save it to your computer just by save layout, and you'll have a name, and you can overwrite it if you want, if you've done some changes. And the other way, which I absolutely recommend, is File, Save, or Share to Cloud. Click on Entire, give your layout a name, and save it. I would also save individual windows to the cloud, because you may have a layout, and let's just say for argument's sake that I get tired of this basic new highs and lows, and I want to bring another one in. Well, I could do that, as long as I've saved it to the cloud before, and maybe I run that one for a while. So that's why I always save individual windows to the cloud, as well as your layout to the cloud. The other big reason to do that is, anything happens to your computer, you have to get a new computer, or you have to do a reformat or whatever. As long as you've saved everything to the cloud, when you download Trade Ideas back to your new computer, you just have to File, Load from Cloud. Also, if you have multiple devices, you can download Trade Ideas to as many devices as you want. You can only have Trade Ideas open one device at a time, but you can download it to as many devices as you want, and then once you've got the program loaded, you just File, Load from Cloud. So you don't have to recreate everything in every device. So again, I don't know if that person is still in the room. I asked, maybe he's not in the room anymore, or he or she is not in the room anymore, but asked about the max P&L and the distance from exit price. I love these two. So what this is showing me, in fact, this is really, really a good example. This is from the exit price, minus $1.40, minus $1.21. What that means is that when I exited, now it is $1.40 under where I exited, which obviously is a great exit then, okay? Because and this is $1.20. What this is telling me is that when I was in the trade, so the max P&L, if I'd been able to get out right to the absolute top penny while I was in the trade, this is what I would have made. This is what it was, and this is actually what I made when I closed out. I mean, it's not terrible, 271, 366. This is not as good, obviously, the 93 to 220. But this what these two columns can help you with is how good are your exits. Are you exiting way too soon? And this is why we keep saying practice, practice, practice. Okay, yes it can, OTC stocks, yes Max. But practice, 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 and then you'll start to get a feel for, wow, my exits are getting better and better. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be, what time? Time. It's only Monday, so there's no marketing meeting today. All right, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, one of the things I don't talk about enough, I think, are the price alerts. And to bring up my price alerts window right here. Oh, here it is. So here's my price alerts window. Now this is how I use it. All right. First of all, I minimize it. Okay, there's the minimize. Now, let's just say, let's take a look at. Let me move it over here. Okay, TGP. Let's say I want to put a price alert right up here. I'm going to make it really, really close. See if we can get a trigger immediately. Okay, so now I'm going to minimize this window, and you're going to see what happens. Let's hope it moves a penny. It moved down. But I'm going to leave it there. What will happen is if it got up to 206. You're going to see my price alert window will pop up on the screen. You'll also see that TGB will be right at the top. I'll see it right at the top. I can put a sound alert on it also, so I'll hear it, which is really good if you want, if you have a headset like myself, a wireless set, you move around in the room, and when I hear that alert, I can come running back in to see what the alert was. Yeah, only if you're connected live to your IB account, okay, with bid and ask. Okay, one of the columns, the bid and ask, okay, but it has to be a live connection to IB. No, there is not. Well, this is what you see in my watch list. Okay, these are the ones that are triggered in my watch list. But to see the overall watch list, no, that's my secret. Okay. Every day, the end of every day, I do my scanning after hours to create the watch list for the next day. And I'll be brutally frank. I haven't really been paying that much attention to my watch list. It's up here, but I haven't been paying as much attention to it, probably as I should. I've been really paying attention to the option scan. Yeah, so that's a tough one. You know, then I mean, if it your stop loss should be based on something though. Okay, it should be based on either, you know, if you look at a chart and it looks like there's good like consolidation or a support area, that if it went underneath that support area, like I don't know how you're setting your stop losses. It's a tough question for me to answer. I don't know how you're setting your stop losses. You know, the only other thing is to, you know, if you're constantly getting stopped out, then obviously you're going to have to increase but take fewer shares. Yeah, so I mean, you're not using, but you're not using then, as I call it, anything scientific. Like why 10%? You see, what I like to do is I will look at a chart and I'll say, okay, here's a support area. Okay, if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the chart. I should be out of the trade. Obviously, you know, not every support area is going to be 10% away. That's just the way I do it. I'm not going to say don't use 10% or 5% or you know, a fixed number. I don't agree with doing it that way, but you know, I'm not going to tell you not to. I just think it's better to, you know, once you get some chart reading experience, to be able to look at a chart and start to say, okay, yeah, I see there's a support area, and that's where your stop should be. And if it goes through that, then you just, you know, you bow out gracefully and move on. Will the alert window update automatically? Yeah, I mean, some people will use the 20-day, 50. I mean, you know, there's moving averages. I mean, that's what I mean. I can't tell you what to do in that regard because there, you know, there's different schools of thought. No, you can't. Not from a price alert. No. Something we're definitely working on, but I'm not, you know, I know it seems to be indicated on our website that you should be able to get emails and all that, but, you know, forget it. I wish I would take it off. So I don't understand. So Buford, when you say, will the alert window update automatically when you add what? Oh, I see. Yeah, yes. So tomorrow, when you load these two windows, if you loaded these windows, there's nothing for you to do. It because my watch list is attached to these windows, so there's nothing for you to do. Well, okay, guys, so this is getting a little interesting to PBCT. So you see here, 1871 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. And on the weekly chart, I'm hoping that's going to be about the same. Yeah, 1766. So there's a little bit of room. It's a big float, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. You know, 421 million in the float, so that's a big float. But it's a great gap. I mean, 15% for that sort of a float. That is a big gap. All right, so this TGB is really taking its time. Another big float, 268 million in the float. AIH, what are you doing? Okay, so close to the whole number, close to 9. Look left. You have 903 that week. So, I mean, that may block it right there. Like to see more room, as I call it. You know, look at all this consolidation right around that 9 level. Oh, this seems like a long time ago. This is one I shorted in the pre-market. VTRS. Continuing down now. So you didn't hear my answer. You can see you can add it, but I believe you have to have it connected to Interactive Brokers to see it. As far as I know, I mean, because the columns are available. Okay, bid ask, but I think you have to be connected to Interactive Brokers to see it. So not in the simulator. Hello, Mike. Yeah, Interactive Brokers, I mean, you can start, I mean, 4 in the morning Eastern time. I don't know how late they go, but they will be, you know, maybe, is it 8 o'clock Eastern time? I'm not sure, but certainly 4 in the morning Eastern time, IB starts. We don't. We start at 7. Yeah, our data starts coming. Well, technically 6:45, the top lists, and the charts don't start rolling till 7, but we start getting our data at 6:45. Take a look at VUZI. I've been asked to take a look at VUZI. Look at DB, guys. Yeah, it's coming back. I mean, it had a tremendous run. I mean, it's still up 26%. I mean, I'm not a great pullback player. I mean, this is, you know, popping off the bottoms here, but I mean, it's a pretty. I mean, it is pulled back quite a bit from its highs, 24.40, but it's, yeah. I mean, it's making some noise again. I really don't know how much more I can add to that. You know, some volume starting to come in, I guess. Barry taught me how to play pullbacks. Oh, I see. It was okay. Oh, way back. Okay. Well, if it gets back to the trigger, it might 23.35. It may give another look. Whew. Par. Little close to that whole number. Boy, if it pops through that whole number. Little light on the volume. The relative volume is great. It's 5. I wish that overall volume was a little bit more. What's the spread like? It's 6 cents. It's not terrible. But look at the room it's got. Look at par. Look at the room it's got on that weekly chart. maybe some resistance right around here, around 20. So, I mean, there's a lot of room. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Again, this seems to happen later on in the day. Chart activity or Okay, just give me a moment here as I get some water. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. Well, guys, let's see if this par can take out 18 with a big surge of volume through it. Well, guys, I mean, it's just sort of hanging there, just underneath that hole number, PARR. Stupid. Were they available before? I can't remember. So, you know, I'm always reluctant to take a trade just underneath the hole number. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to flatten out of that, the par, P-A-R-R. And if it takes out that hole number, you know, I'm going to stick an alert around 1804. Takes it out, get back into the trade. It would have some room. And this, of course, will tell me also, you know, the distance from the exit price. This will tell me how good my exit was. You know, if I see a big positive, you see a big positive number, you don't want to see that either. Because that means that you exited way too early. You can see these exits right here are pretty good. I mean, it's 73 cents under, $1.50, $1.30 under where I exited. Practice, practice, practice. Well, AIH is getting right. Look at this. Look at all this resistance here. I mean, if it takes it out, but it's a lot of resistance right where it is. So you talk about chart reading. I mean, just look at on that weekly chart. Look where the price is. That's at 9. Check the highs. You know, so you know there's one at 918. This is a little higher, 978. But these are also topping tails. So if kind of you look at the bodies. They're right around that 9 level. Ooh. Meanwhile, VTRS continues down. Well, guys, AIH, I mean, listen, this may just really break right through. I mean, there's a lot of resistance not that far away, but it may break right through AIH. I mean, this is not 100% scientific, of course. When you see resistance on a chart, doesn't mean it's absolutely going to stop it. Guys, this DGB, it's hilarious. Well, I don't know, hilarious. I've bracketed 206 and 203, I think, for my price alert to pop up to show you how that works, and it won't budge, even a penny, not yet anyway. No, I think it's you know what? I'm gonna flatten out of that trade. too many shares, and it could take that sudden dip. So, the longer, I wanted to see this thing pop up and get into the 210, 15, 20 level. Can always get back in if it finally takes that out. But right now I'm not interested. And that's the TGB. Yeah, I didn't like the EB, because I thought it was too close to resistance anyway, but am I trading large caps? No. No. I guess the answer is no. There we go. So see how that alert happened? See how it popped up on my screen? I had a sound alert. You can't hear the sound alert, of course. I sorted on the triggered column, so I'm going to see it right at the top. It's going to sort of fade color. Can't miss it. So the answer is no, I'm not trading large cap stocks. Because it had that float. Oh, I see. No, it just happened to be. So I took a loss in that TGB, my real account. Just a little one. Talking about Mattel, okay? All right, guys, IRIX, this is getting interesting again. I mean, there's the high, 720. I mean, look at this beautiful break on the daily chart. More importantly, look left on the monthly chart. It's got that room to 9. See that par just is struggling to get through 18. I know Real doesn't agree with me regarding the whole numbers, but personally, I've just seen it too many times that stocks just want to stall around that whole number. It's just psychological. That's all it is. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all the way to a gazillion. I mean, it's a whole number. As opposed to 250, 280, 370, 419. We actually have a filter that can show you stocks near a whole number called the decimal filter. So if you wanted to see stocks right around a whole number, you could put, so if you wanted to see stocks say 5 cents below and 5 cents above, you could use this min and the max. So Andy, I would suggest this is what you do, because I cannot answer that question. If you click on help and send files to support, they can take a look, okay? Okay. Well, I don't know about rips. I mean, are you talking about ripping all the way? I mean, momentum up shared. I mean, I have a scan that I'm sharing that is a low floats on the move. That's one of the scans that I'm sharing. Let me just okay, so RVR, so I mean one of the scans I'm sharing. Okay, well, I'm going to back up so you can see how to get it. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, so there will be a scan section. Click here, and one of the ones I've got is low floaters on the move. You can try and look at that one. Okay. Now whether they dipped or not, you know, that's another issue. Oh, I don't know, Mohammed. There's no, yeah. I mean, it's all supply and demand at the time. There's no, the question was, how much Apple, how many Apple shares have to be bought so the price goes up 1 cent? I've never ever heard that sort of a question before, but there just have to be more buyers than sellers. I mean, I hate to say, I mean, it's so simplistic, but I mean, that's what it is. So I think that you're trying to analyze something a little too intensely, in my opinion. Not trying to put you off on it, but Keep an eye on this IRIX, for a late day burst, guys. I mean, it's 214 right now. I mean, this could, this gets some volume. Imagine if it got, I mean, it doesn't have to be that volume, but I mean, if it gets some volume coming in and just popping it, I mean, it's just got so much room. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think there's any way of knowing, Mohammed. Okay, honestly, I mean, the easy answer is, of course, you need more buyers and sellers. How much volume that is, on any given day, it would be impossible to know. You know, the main thing is, I mean, is there some news? Is there some catalyst? Is there some reason why there should be more buyers and sellers at a certain point? But even then, during the day, that can just slip around, when profit taking is, if it happens. Okay, so volume did come in, but it didn't pop it up. I'm talking about the IRIX. Some volume did come in on the 2-minute candle or 2-minute chart, but it didn't pop it up yet anyway. Okay, above daily high. Okay, so I'm not trying to be mean, but how is the stock going to be above? I mean, when it's at the high, how can it be above the daily high? Maybe I'm not understanding what you mean. I mean, the daily high is the daily high, so how can it be above the daily high? Maybe I'm not understanding. Above the pre-market high, that's pretty simple. We have a scan or a filter. And so if you go to an alert window or a top-list window, okay, I'll just start from again, and right-click, configure, search. Type in pre, start typing in pre, and position in the pre-market range. Okay, so if you add that filter and you put 100, that means the stock has to be at least at the pre-market high. Okay, at least. If you want it to be, definitely above it, then you put 101 or something, okay? Okay, that makes sense for the position in the pre-market range. All right, sorry about that. I had to leave just for a second. So, okay, so you understand that. Okay. Who are they looking at? Don't know if they've announced who they're looking at. This is a SPAC, so I don't know who they're looking at as a potential merger. So this one kept moving. KRKR had the big pop right off the bat, first 15 minutes, pulled back a little bit. Okay, no. My old stock, Corsair. Pretty ugly though. You look at this daily chart, that is pretty ugly. I mean, it had that massive, massive move, but you know, chopping around on the daily for quite a while now. When earnings had February 9th, so there's no real catalyst anymore. Not until next earnings. So still have this disconnect going. The tech is still getting beaten up a little bit today, but the Dow has bounced back in quite a big way. This was quite negative at one point. SPY is still slightly underwater, but tech is definitely leading the charge now today. Boy, this is, guys, it's just, if we get some volume for this IRIX, Iridex, if you get some volume, even if it's like something like that amount of volume, just to pop it through. this could be an interesting swing trade. You know, it's a low float, so, you know, you better be a little bit careful, but now I see this is a late bloomer CLSN from my watch list. Yeah, the reason being is that, you know, it hit a high right off the bat in the what were the market open, so it wouldn't show up in my as a trigger my watch list until it took that high out. You know, that's why at 320, you know, but it chipped all the way down there. I mean, I doubt anything major is going to happen with it. Meanwhile, TAOP just, can we say it, severe rippage again. All right, guys. What time is it? Almost 2:30. So we're getting close to the end. Boy, this IR, it's hard to say. I don't know why IRIX is really teasing us here. Yeah, a bit of a spread too. 707, 715. It's a bit of a spread issue. Well, if you were going to take this as a swing, that would be somewhat predicated on the fact that you're already in it at a lower price. Therefore, you can hold on. But I mean, you know, you'd have to put a pretty wide stop on this. I'm not sure it would be a great swing trade. The reason I say that is that, I mean, the low of the daily candle here is 560. You know, what we're looking at, so that's about, you know, what, $1.50 away. What we're looking at here is the potential to move $2. So it's the risk reward may not be good. You know, I mean, you look at the daily chart. I mean, there's a lot of support right around 520. But when I look at the monthly chart, you know, there's maybe has a couple of dollars to move. So the risk reward probably isn't fantastic. Now, if it gets through this and it can somehow find its way up here, then it looks a lot better. But, I'd be worried about this area of $9 blocking it somewhat. Meanwhile, KRKR, so a couple of weeks ago, this got all the way up to 860 or so. All right, well, AIH, what has it done? Yeah, so that had that big pullback. This is the area that I thought it would stall. You can just look at just look what it did today. So it got up to what, 926. Look at this area right up here, between 9 and 940 or so. Just stalled and now is coming back down. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about, Ron. Hidden trades. I don't know what you're talking about, so that's why I didn't answer. If somebody else wants to chime in. Yeah, I never ever considered it, Ron. Well, PVCT is trying to move a little. I just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. I mean, it's 421 million in the float. It's trying to move. Lots of resistance. You know what? I mean, it's got a little bit of room. It's got a little bit of room to that 19 level for the PVCT. Well, okay, so Kate Quinlan, to follow up on that question about the IRIX, if you're gonna swing something, you want to be able to get at least a 1 for 2 out of it. Okay, so if you're risking $1, you want to be able to make 2. That would be the first area. Amount. If it keeps moving through there, you don't have to take anything off. Yeah, I do. Right here in the post alert section, right up here. Here are the upgrades, here are the downgrades. This is from briefing.com. Okay, I mean, I'm sure there are lots of others, but this is what I get from briefing.com every morning. Well, some volume came into TGB, but it still didn't really move it. You can see, look at the volume that just came in on the 2 minute. Didn't really move it though. Yeah, so I do that every morning. In terms of the upgrades and downgrades. Well, it's a big, yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic gap for it. We have to go back 2 years before we see those highs for PBCT, right there at 1803. Just one moment, please. There we go, guys, I'm back. Well, PBCT, yeah, just inching, inch by inch. Yeah, this is really another, reminds me a little bit of the PBCT in terms, I mean, it's just sort of, and the other one, the IRIX. All right. Well, a little recap of what Holly has done today. So, I mean, a couple, actually, well, two great ones in terms of percentage increases: the IRIX, 14%; the KRKR, 10.4%. These two around 4.5%. REF and OPK. This is on the short side. So, some nice percentage movers. All right, guys. So I will be shutting the room down at 3, and I just put the announcement in. Of course, now's a great time. If you have any questions for me, ask away. Yeah, this spread is not good for the IRA. I don't know what IREX. I don't know what it was like before, but 9 cents, 10 cents on a $7 stock is not good. Well, I guess the big question for you, Sam. Yeah, I mean, if you want to use Brokers Plus, then I doubt very much we'll have Lightspeed. But if you don't care, then it doesn't matter. I am here, Norman. I'm here, bro. Everybody's a bro these days. Yeah, for swings it shouldn't matter. True. All right, guys. Yeah, the IRX. Unless it got back up here and the spread tightened up, I'm just, it's hard to get too enthused about it. Meanwhile, the PBCT, though, continues to inch its way up. It's a big float, 421 million in the float. Sorry to hear that. Was it a good day for you? Well, hopefully you kept you had your stops in place, so you didn't get you didn't allow yourself to get stubborn and not obey your stops. I haven't really paid too much attention to my watch list down in a long time. I have to start paying a little more attention to it. There's Lizzie at 1190. Where did I get down to? 1143 and VTRS. 1605 on the short. Where did I get down to? Not bad. 1560. All right, guys. Well, I'm certainly just kind of drifting into this close. I mean, here's one. This from the AI today. What's the high there? 487, 433. I mean, if it could ever really break out of this area here, is a ton of room. REPH. Yeah, it sounds like you just overtraded then. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, just overtraded, maybe out of boredom. Hey, some days, you just have to sit in your hands a bit. And if the setups aren't there, you just move on. There's always another day. Well, I haven't looked at AMC all day long. Yeah, I mean, well, we all know the story behind it, so yeah, it's a nice little break there. But and there's some volume coming in. Yeah, there is some volume coming in. 5 million shares right here. How's CNK doing then? So CNK is actually doing pretty well. If this is true. Yeah, so real, I have to be running it on another server, and until that, and which means that I can't do things like in the simulator, and so I really can't run with it until they put it on the server that I'm using right now, which is so unfortunately, I just can't run it. Yeah, I don't see that last post reel. I don't know why those private ones. I usually see the first one. I don't see the second one. So All right, guys, we're getting closer to wrapping this up. Yeah, so I think that's going to be the same thing, Real, in terms of this TI Quant, as it's called, to be able to basically pick your time frames, you know. And I just wouldn't hold your breath for anything soon. I'm sorry. But let me just so I've just asked a question, okay? What price? The original alert happened at 6:21, 10:21 in the morning, Eastern time, of course, and 6:21. I was asked when was it alerted? It was right there. You know, I'd like to take this one. I just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. PBCT. Well, that's what happens when you have a big float. You know, 421 million in the float. It's not going to be, usually anyway, it's not going to go crazy. Okay, so you beat it by 11 cents. Good for you, Aja. All right, guys, so I think I'm going to wrap it up. I don't see too much happening right now. I will stay if there are questions. You too, Lily. I'll stay if there are questions, but if there are no questions, I think I'll just wrap this up now. Going once. Going twice. Okay, where can you send requests, suggestions? Okay. Info at, I'm going to type it in for you, trade-ideas.com. Let me just, okay, there's where you can send. All right, I'll start it again. I'm going to wrap this up. So listen, I'll stay around. If guys have questions, I'll stick around. I have no problem sticking around. But I'll start it again. Going once, going twice. Sold. How to stick these floating windows. Okay, so what do you mean by that exactly? When you say stick, you mean, so you want this window tomorrow to be in exactly the same place? Tomorrow? Okay, I can show you how to do that. How many monitors do you have? Okay, even better. All right, so take your toolbar, okay? Put it in the top left-hand corner of what you want to designate as your main monitor. Okay, this is my main monitor. This is the one that I share with you guys. Okay, so arrange all your windows exactly as you want them on your main monitor and exactly as you want them on your other two monitors. So for instance, I've got a spider sector list, on one of my monitors. So just keep them all arranged exactly the way you want them. Once you've done that, click on Tools. Okay, from the toolbar, click on Tools, and then Options. And then where it says Layouts, click on Layouts. And then Loading Layouts, and check that Open relative to main window. Save it, okay? And then save your work at the end, like you should always do that. When you exit Trade Ideas, it's going to ask you, do you want to save? It should say yes. Then tomorrow, when you load Trade Ideas, everything will be exactly the way you want them, where you want them to be. All your windows, okay? So did you get that, or should I do it again? Okay, Boris, it is here. Just give me a moment. Okay, so there's the code. Okay, right there. And here's my home page where you can click on and go to the Get Trade Ideas and apply it, okay? Well, I'll be here, Nicholas. I hope to see you also. This little TGB is starting to move a little bit here. Just a little bit. All right, guys. I think that's it. I think I can really do the going once, going twice, gone. Okay, guys. So I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Let me just get the announcement in. Okay, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. I hope everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.